From the Holy Gospel of St. Mark, our Lord is asked a question this morning. Which is the first of all the commandments? And our Lord's response was immediate, right? He said, you must love God with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind and all of your strength.
All right, it's hot. My dog is not eating, which, in case you don't know, that's not a good sign. But we'll get through it. Hey, Sonny Thomas. No AC yet. It's just, I need a wife. I need a secretary. I need a normal schedule. But we'll get there. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just trying to let go, and he just doesn't want to eat anything. Anyway, we'll talk about something else. He does seem to have some surprising recoveries, so maybe he'll, I don't know. I went out and bought some treats for him, but he's not interested. Wow, yeah, you did talk about Apollo owning Yahoo. It's amazing how we're so information is so controlled, and then you wonder why. You know, the benefit is only going to maybe Goldman Sachs and those kind of people. The really large pools of money, like Larry Fink and SAC, they can't get the returns that look so stellar. I don't care how smart they are. When you have $10 trillion, where do you find a stock that you can buy for $3 trillion and it's going to go to $30 trillion? You can't. So what you end up doing is cheating. And this is the form of cheating. You train people like Harold Mintzner at Sabi, and you split the profits with them. And you get effete simp men like Goober Gary Gensler to run SEC, and you're in then. Cano price was down 80%. I don't know anything about Cano, but that doesn't mean it's not a good opportunity. Hey, aloha. I'm sorry about your fires out there. Thank you, Sway. What's going on with GTII? I have no idea. I haven't looked all day. My guess is, Kelvin, is that the shorts that surround Alpine and Alpine are continuing to sell the stock down, hoping that they can cover lower when they seller box. They want to seller box the stock down at under whatever that is, 1,000th of a penny or 100th of a penny. That's their goal. It's always been their goal. Hasn't stopped. When GTII goes up, there's usually buying because people buy when it's going up. As it comes down, people stop buying. And the shorts set about selling counterfeit shares. Right now it's over 400 million shares. I don't think, Kelvin, they stopped doing it just because they magically hit 400 million. They continue to sell. There's nothing going on with GTII other than what's happened in GTII for the last almost 3 years. Nothing different. It's the same thing. At some point, you're going to see Alpine collapse. You're going to see the FBI arrest somebody for stiffing Pactel or whatever that brokerage firm was. You're going to see the Trento mine deal getting done, in my opinion. You're going to see additional transactions possibly get done. You might see an effect from the restricted stock needing to be procured by every broker dealer out there in October or thereabouts. As finger motion goes up, I think you're going to see a lot of buying in GTII, and as it crosses certain price thresholds, I do not believe Alpine has the wherewithal to withstand the margin calls which will come. And I'm sure I'm leaving something else out about GTII. But what's going on with GTII is the criminal shorts continue to sell counterfeit shares right under Gary Gensler's nose. The SEC condones the behavior. The SEC is complicit in the devastation that is happening in the United States securities markets. That's what's going on with GTII. And I have no idea where the stock price is. Finger is 544. It was as high as 57999. Gary Gensler it doesn't bother him. Executions at $5.7999. I know I put all of my orders in. In general, I like to have actually 5 decimal places. This is only 4. I like to go in at 5798782. I mean, why wouldn't you? Gensler doesn't worry. He doesn't see this as fraud. He doesn't see this as communication. It's okay. And all of you out there, if you can set up a market maker, if you can go over to Germany and you've got 750 quid, start trading. You can sell stock that doesn't exist. You can communicate with other short sellers that are criminals. You can fail to deliver, fail to locate, which are illegal. You can cross. You can then get a front like the Lynn Partners to trap companies in toxic convertible notes, which have default provisions like if you're delisted, you're in default. So you can get reverse splits. Then if you accumulate 100 million or $100 billion in a prime brokerage account, you get the reverse split. You can take 95 million out without paying taxes. I, Gary Gensler, condone this. This is something I approve of. But if a CEO comes out on a call and promotes the purchase of his shares and the stock goes up, I'm coming after that CEO. But Gary Gensler's SEC, please destroy every over-the-counter stock that exists, because I don't care. Destroy cities, destroy jobs, destroy retirement players. I'm Gary Gensler. I don't care. Goldman Sachs will make money. It makes me giddy. And when the next time Joe Biden's in, I'm going to be Secretary of the Treasury. I'm Gary Gensler, the biggest, best goober there ever was. All right, we're 542.07. It's no problem. $5.4207. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, my 4,500 SEC staff don't follow that. That's not securities laws violations. Remember, if Goldman Sachs makes money at it, there's no way it's a violation of United States securities laws. Oh, it might be inadvertent. All right, if you find something inadvertent, bring it in to me. I'll take care of it. But when Goldman Sachs does something, it's legal. So don't go after this too much. So now it's $5.40.54. $5.40.54. Wow. Thank you, Gary Gensler, for the transparent, the deepest, most trusted securities markets in the world. You're doing a great job. Just the transparency is amazing. The level playing field goes without saying. And the way you follow things like full disclosure, having a prospectus when you issue shares. These things, I mean, they're a credit to you. And I can see why the people around you extol your virtues. 540 to 543. 638,000 shares. GTII is 78.76. Well, what's going on with it? What's going on with GTII? It's 78.76. What's going on with it? Born to lose. I've lived my life in vain. Born to lose. I have to get a cup. I'll be right back. I've lived my life in vain, born to lose. Sorry about the interruption. Just want to get some coffee before the hamster comes on. ATON. Oh, a ton. I thought you bought ATON. Well, Jennifer, I'm going to take your comment as a chance to point out a few things about Finger. One, ARCA. If you go to Kristen Shaughnessy's Twitter, she has a couple of clips from ARCA, and she does a great job at giving the TikTok generation something to look at, watch, and the rest of us. It's great. He was saying that under the, I forget what, the nanosecond, the 3 minute, the 5 minute, the 10 minute, the 1 hour, and the 6 hour, and the 8 hour, and even the daily, Finger looks like it's about to go up dramatically. That's one thing I wanted to point out. Secondly, today's volume is better, but it's still not huge. 640,000 at 547. I wanted to point that out. Thirdly, everything, the Lynn Partners, as a total, everything they've sold and their friends is all underwater. And can they make it through the weekend without margin, phone calls from margin? And then 5, I just also want to remind you that letter, which essentially fired the Lynn Partners, was dated August 1. that rule of 477, I think, had this little proviso. It said it's automatic. It's automatically accepted unless the SEC responds in 15 days. Well, that 15 days ends Tuesday. So if I had to guess, they didn't fire the Lynn partners so they'd be out there without a dance partner. I think they might have a dance partner, and we'll find out. We'll find out. So I think you did a great thing, Jennifer. I think this time may be the last time. I don't know. Oh no. I think it's going this time. That's all I wanted to say. It's the bottom line of what I wanted to say. So now it's 5:41 to 5:46, and they're still fighting. No, I know you were Deacon Blues. I wasn't upset with you. I was just, whoever asked me about GTII, I think might have been. I got to say might have been. I'm not positive. Might have just been a provocateur. That's who I was saying that to. Not you. Communication is a funny thing. You got to understand what I tried to say, but then I have to be good at saying what I'm trying to say. It's all confusing. Hey, Mexican silverback. Oh, I'm wearing green. That's true. It's the wearing of the green. The wearing of the green. You went late last night. Thanks for great. Well, D Quattro, I was going to end until I got a little ticked off, which I'm not sure that was useful, but hey. I'm learning Gary Gensler also meddling in crypto space. Well, a Mexican silverback, my judgment, which is quite faulty sometimes. I think the banks, the big banks, I think, let's just call it decentralized finance, DeFi, is a massive threat to their fees, to their exclusivity, to their investment banking, to their money raising. And the world will find out they're no smarter than Hillary Clinton. They're smart, but there's plenty of people as smart as Hillary Clinton in the world. There's plenty of people as smart as investment bankers, trust me. They just use complicated terms and they try to intimidate. But there's plenty of people just as smart. And that's what DeFi represents, a risk to them. So I agree with you that Gary Gensler is there to destroy the threat. He's not there to save us from the trillions. And as Pedro said, I think it was Pedro, it could be quadrillions. You're talking about $250 trillion as a starting point of how much money could be sitting in false shares offshore. Gensler doesn't care about it. And I don't know how any congressperson can allow him to continue to be in that seat. And I hope they don't put in Virginia suburban van in his place. She'll just be worse. I think they need to put in Gabir Grewal. That's who I think they should put in. Oh, you're 5 minutes behind, Deacon Blues? Do you want us to wait till you catch up? Took not financial advice and bought That's a good. Oh, my not financial advice. Yeah, that's what I remember saying to you. That's what I remember saying. Let's go. Um, let's go. Steven Rosenberg. This guy, Steven Rosenberg, has fought this and kept his integrity. He's a bit like Martin Armstrong. But anyway, let's see what his point is. Even though in 1986 CIA Director Casey was the first person to mention the words illegal naked shorting, 1986. To me, in 1986, I had never heard of. I don't know what a. Oh, you mean an African American illegal naked shorter? Hell no. This is a civil rights issue. These are just white men doing it. But Stephen, I used to know back then, and then when I was in London, I became aware of I don't know what to call it, but I knew that some stocks and some hedge funds were able to move entire trades at the end of the 21-day extension that you could get, move them around to different brokers. And I know that Bear Stearns facilitated a lot of that. I also knew that a lot of offshore accounts took advantage of, oh boy, Reg F, Reg G. Anyway, it was a safe harbor offshore that you could do this kind of stuff before an IPO, into a secondary. But I never knew that it was so pervasive. I also knew that there were some on the margin fundraisers that would do these death spiral convertible notes. So anyway, Stephen, my point is, I think it's just so much more massive now than it ever was. It is metastasized. It might have been in the little toe of the United States. Now it's throughout its lymph node system. GTII, the spoof is on Citadel at 80 cents for 20,043. That's not communication, Robert Kepke. I happen to know that it makes a lot of sense that people might own 20,043 shares to sell. They're not communicating. And Gary Gensler should take those alerts off. Just don't worry about it. But if GTII goes to 9, he better check. He better check and make sure that the company didn't do something wrong. I'm counting on Gary Gensler for that kind of integrity. Bink 911, can you help me understand why didn't margin calls call GTII to spike when it went to 8? Why will the next spike be any different? Might not be. I think last time it went to 8 or 9, Bink, no one wants to hear it, but 3 gentlemen, a CEO of COSM, a Greek guy, I forget his name, and one guy he paid as an investment. It's called a investor relations, a nice contract, by the way. And then another guy that has quite a following. I don't know. I know the Kramers at $8 or $9 were down almost $1 billion. Almost $1 billion. And I don't know if they paid off people. I don't know if they paid off CEOs. I don't know if they worked in conjunction with a CEO and some other shorts that, hey, if you can get the buying pressure off of GTII, if you can get the shareholders to sell GTII, come over in this other stock, we will make sure that stock is funded so that the insiders make a hell of a lot of money. And these other couple of guys maybe too, I don't know. You can't prove anything. That's the problem. But what I do know is the last time the stock went to $8 or $9, the Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow shares. 1,000%. Wells Fargo reportedly had taken away the buy button. Every brokerage firm, and when I say every, maybe there were some that weren't, but the majority of brokerage firms on Wall Street were slow walking the warrant exercise. Why? Because the stock was about to squeeze. What stopped the squeeze, in my opinion, to be specific, was a stampede to go over to COSM. So immediately, GTII had drifted down from 9 and 8 in the 7-6 range. Immediately it started tanking, went through 4, went to 1 by the end of the year. Now, that took the pressure off. Alpine at that time, I think, took over the short position that the Kramers had created, because the Kramers are idiots. They're functional idiots. Alpine called in their henchmen and their hyena shorts to drive it down, and the stock went down. That's why I think you didn't see the short squeeze. As Pedro Philly said the other day on the call, and I've got to call in. I'll just finish with this. This is going to be a fight to the death. They're either going to carry us out or they're going to carry out Lynn Partners. When they were down $1 billion, they pulled out all the tricks. I think they bought off everybody up there. I trust about 24 people in this community, and that's it. That's it. It's not that I won't trust others, but you got to be aware that they will do every trick they can. They can continue to sell. They will try to distract us. They'll try to bust us up, get us angry at each other. Anything to keep the stock from squeezing. My opinion, just to finish your question, I think the next time GTII is over 10, we're not going to be distracted and go into some company. Hey, it's got a contract and it's going to change its name and they're changing the QSIP and it's got 2,000 naked short and I can speak to the CEO. GTI won't even speak to me. So you guys better get out. It won't happen again. All right. We got 2 minutes to go. I miss Anna. Where is Anna? Where is Anna? Hey, Ace is the place for the helpful, unflappable, calm, used to be a weightlifter, now is a what's the word I'm looking for? Is a counselor or a I can't think of a better word than counselor. Anyway, all right, it's 5:45. We got 1 minute. I'm going to call in and see if we can get the hamster to gather his hamsters together and get us all excited for today and next week.
All right, you ready?
Hey, your audience is salivating.
Oh, good. Hold on a second.
Either that or they're drooling.
All right, everybody. It's a lazy, sunny Friday, August day. But as usual, we always have some activity going on. Again, this is not to buy or sell. It's for educational purpose on security fraud, which I hope you all understand by now. If not, your pants have been taken down and you've been raped, if you don't know it by now.
Graped.
Anyway,
You can't use that word on YouTube. Just say graped. You can't use that word on YouTube. Anyway, go on.
You will be graped.
Yeah, graped. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Whatever it may be, that if you don't understand this by now, okay, 50 people call me up today about GNS. Listen, I don't follow Roger Rabbit. He's been all over the place for me. He's still too much for me, but he's doing a dividend. All right. I spoke with the guy, I'm the one who told him about the dividend. So obviously he's doing something, and I guess it's good. I really haven't paid attention to it.
But let me guess, he's taking credit for it? Anyway.
No, I don't care. I could care less. I wish they owned the people in it. One person said they owned it at $1. It's 93 cents. I said, listen, and everyone needs to understand this. In the stock market, breaking even is a good thing sometimes, all right? Don't be ashamed. If you feel you pay too high for it, the stock comes back to that. So many times I've done that where I broke even. Sometimes the stocks move lower, sometimes it goes higher. That's just life. Don't stand like a statue. And GNS, some guy owned it at $1. He was bitching. It went through $1. I said, now you won't sell it. And I'm like, you just called me this morning. You wanted to sell it. Make up your goddamn mind. You were crying. You wanted your money. You got your money back, and you got a little profit. Well, now I want to hold on. Well, stop asking me then. The way to play that would be, if you're that crazy, is you sell some. And if it pulls back, you can be a buyer on the dip. And this way you reevaluate your position. All right. So again, I don't know much about it. I haven't followed it. Good luck. Best of luck. Anybody in it. That's not my gig. You can, you know what's going on, but we're following. All right. There's been a bunch of big buy orders today in finger motion, and my friend bought 50,000 when it was up by 5, I guess near the top, whatever it was, 570 something, 575. And they blasted it down. They sold about 130,000 at the market. I put it up on Twitter. You go to barchart.com. You can actually see the time and how much they sold. The red bars at the bottom on the right-hand side can show you the time the attack begun, and you can add up the sales. It's about 130,000 sold at the market to lose 30 cents. 130,000 times 30, do the math. He lost 100, what did he lose, $39,000 to hurry up and sell it fast at the market? That, my friends, is a short seller in trouble. All right, those are the signs you need to see. And before, I guarantee you, no one knew what the hell that meant. What's going on? The stock's going lower. They break the charts. They bring out the chart guy. It's breaking down. Everybody be careful. It broke through the 200, the 100, the whatever, this line, that line, and the other thing. And I told you, how do you chart? You can't chart fraud. You have to look at it and get a gut feeling about what you're seeing and understand it. What I see is accumulation at the highest level. There's big people accumulating it. You can see it. I told you that 20 times. And the stock started to pop. If I was trading, if this was Tesla, I told you before, change the symbol. Go tell any hedge fund on the street, what do they think about it? And they'll jump all over it. That's how they'll jump over Tesla, because that's what they play. All right, so again, these are patterns you have to realize. I'm sure Pistol Pete from Philly understands it. Most of you do, but again, stocks have a certain look, and to me, Finger has that look. I study it all day long, but if you can't see the accumulation, remember, the short needs volatility, and so the only way to get volatility is to create it, is to go sell something like a kamikaze pilot trying to break it down. And they just walked right into my friend buying 50. I don't know who the other people were, but he bought 50 and that assault on the way down. Okay, and he's happy to buy it. He wanted to pay $580 for it, or $585, but they're willing to sell it to him below $550 for some crazy reason. All right, but that's accumulation. The short needs volatility, and if you just stick a pin in your finger and say, why doesn't volatility ever come to the upside? It's always a slow march up. Slow, slow, slow. That's because they can't afford to let it go up, up, up. It's pretty easy. So what did they do? They try to crush it real quick. We call that trying to flush the toilet to see who's going to go down the drain. All right? And I told you before, be careful putting stop losses out there because they look for them. Someone could have had a stop loss or whatever in there. They moved it up and got taken out. That's the way it goes. All right? I told you that 50,000 times also. All right? I want to just go over a couple of quick things, and I'll circle back to what we're talking about. I told you I posted the other day about the video where they were talking about how the AI revolution is already over. The chips in the AI game is over with already. And I said they were warming up to slaughter NVIDIA, and NVIDIA's gone from 460, and since the 7th, today it's down to 410. Low is 406. All right? So they're trying to break and kill all those options that were purchased in that one. Think about the option. Go look at the options on this company. You know, everyone talks about options getting lost. This one's got, 8,000, this one, that one. There's just enormous call activity. And they're all getting crushed. Down $10, $12, the $18. The 400 calls were, the $28, $30 yesterday. They were $60 the other day. Now they're down to $16. Open interest, 6,000 of them. That's big money. The 420s, I'm just giving you an idea on the call side. The calls today, they're down $7. There's 6,000 open interest in that. Today, the volume's 22,000 of these things. So people are trying to buy the dip, and hopefully it turns. I mean, this is option activity that the big boys are playing. Options are $6, $10, $20. I mean, that's big option money, right? That's the real big boys playing there, right? In finger motion, we have 50-cent options, $1 options. Nothing major. Okay, so that's it's very different from real hedge funds playing versus hedge funds are playing, but they accumulate the stock. The stock is an option. All right, so again, I spoke about GNS. I spoke about AMC yesterday. Today it's up 24 cents. So congratulations. They got a bump from all the revenues and all the good things that they sell, their popcorn and everything. It's on its way. All right. Again, I talked to you about the attack. They lost 30 cents on 130,000 shares. They lost 40,000 in a minute. These are the signs of shorts in desperation mode here. Any questions that I have to address?
You don't know the answer, but maybe someone might pop up the answer.
That's bullshit. I do know the answer.
No, you don't. What happened with MMTLP's question and answers today? Nobody knows that yet. But the one question that came up, you and Pedro were both in agreement that yesterday's, and me too, that yesterday's low volume was maybe a good sign. Is today's 600, 700,000 shares a negative?
No, there could be people flipping it. There's people that buy it. Listen, I speak to many people who says I bought 5,000, I sold it. They're buying it back. These people do that. So you could have catch someone coming out of stock. I don't think it's a negative. I think this is a good sign. We're talking about volume like GNS.
Right.
That's what Pedro's talking about. That's traded 48 million shares today. So that's crazy volume. This is just normal back and forth. Don't get me wrong. I think they've sold stock. Obviously, they've probably sold 300,000 shares again. But I think it's more of a defense mechanism. They're trying to protect the upside so it doesn't go through. And it's so funny. After that attack, the volume is stopped. The selling is stopped, right?
Right.
So they may have hired a gun to come out here and try to shoot it, and it didn't work. And what happens at the end of the day, brother?
The shorts cover that are day traders.
You got it. So looks like they brought somebody in like that, and they're looking around saying, okay, we gave it a shot for you. Jeffrey, whatever his name is, Jeffrey Lynn. We gave it a shot.
Easton, Jeff Easton.
Jeff Easton. we gave it a shot for you, my friend, and guess what? We got to buy back what we sold because we're not allowed to stay home or go home short a stock like this.
And then they'll say, "Are you're good to cover our losses? You still good?"
And they'll say, "Oh yeah, sure. Give us a call later," and then no one picks up the phone. If I told you how many times I heard that story. But again, you can see the attacks. I'm just bringing it to your attention. I put it up on Twitter. People are accumulating it. You can see it. They know there's a big buyer there. Everyone, if you can't see this, it just looks like this is the perfect stock to accumulate because it's moving up nice and slow. I told you to buy half and bid for half. If you did that, you bought stock at 480, 580, and you bought stock at 540. I mean, you're saying if you were up at that level. They love to give you that discount. We call it the Kramer discount. I put it up on Twitter, the Naked Short Selling book that was a bestseller by the Kramers. You can actually go see it, go maybe pick up a copy of it at the Jackass store. Right? It's the same pattern. These people are buffoons. All they do is hit a sell button, get their friends to write a Seeking Alpha story. Everybody's no good. The company's no good. Blah, 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 blah. That idiot that wrote that Seeking Alpha the other day on the attack, looking about that finger motion, he can't see profitability. I reposted someone about Amazon. It took them 9 years to get a profit. 9 years. All right, and they were selling things at a loss. Look what it turned into. So again, they're showing you their cards when they write things like that. I know it's hard to fight the attack by yourself. All right, I got it. It's very difficult. That's why we are educating you, and this way you can sit there and you can make a decision based on your own financial situation. The gentleman in GNS who called me today, I told him, sell some. If you're that crazy, what can you do? Go home. Another shareholder yelled at me last night on Twitter. I don't give a shit about Finger. I own GTII. When is GTII going to go? I said, well, I just put up 70,000 goddamn times. I'm not Fidelity Management. I can't buy every share. I'm not the SEC. I'm not the FBI. I told him to call a cop. And I said, once we go over the hill, we're coming back. What do you want me to do? We need to make money so we have more money to buy things. What would you like me to do? I think I did a pretty good job of helping some people make a lot of money at Wolf. And they came back and supported us in both names and been buying. All right, so that's how it works on Wall Street. If you don't have the money, you better figure out we got to figure out how to make more so we can come back and accumulate more. So again, Finger Motion and GTI have flip-flopped. And I don't know why Finger Motion became the lead, but that's just the way it goes. And just so happened, I think we're close on this thing, and we'll see what happens. That's everything I know. You know everything I know. Go ahead.
Well, not to be confused with that senator from Arizona, one gentleman would like you to discuss what a wide spread means and how it affects the stock trading in Finger. Widespread.
Well, when you have a wide spread, okay, Wall Street people are a creature of habit. So when I go to buy a stock, let's say the stock is 540 to 565 and it's 15 cents. We all sit there and say the same thing. It's too much. I got to buy 5,000 shares. If I pay 565, I'm down 15 cents or 650 just to start. Right? Because you think about it. If I pay 565, if I want to sell it, it's 550. I lose 15 cents. So a wide spread stops people from buying it. It chases some people away. They used to do it to me, chase it. Until I learned better. And as I played more in the game, I said, hey, you know what? I want to buy 5,000. I'll just buy 2,000 at the offer at 565, and I'll bid. At least I got my foot in the door. And now, if it goes, I have 20%, 30% of my position, and I'm bidding for the rest. And sometimes you get lucky when a short comes in and they start hitting the bids because they need the market down, and you get a cost or an average price at a lower price. That's all it means. If the short had any brains, he would make the stock 541 bid, and I would offer stock at $7, $8. I wouldn't have any market in the stock. Zero. It'd be 541 to 8. Who's going to go pay 8? Nobody, right? So eventually the buying, if the market stays that wide, the buying in the stock would stop. Okay? But they can't, because if we buy one share at 8, they get a margin call at 8. That's why they don't let it offer that high. Do you understand? Does everyone understand that?
They're all nodding yes.
Okay. That's why they don't have a big spread like that. A big spread like that, no one will ever buy the stock, and eventually it would unwind. Because people sit there, I ain't paying, $8 for it. I'm selling it at $5.65. It's never going to go. But if they ever trade one share there, the margin bell goes off and they get pulled out right then and there. That's why you don't see that.
One gentleman more than one actually, is asking, what are your thoughts on Wolf and its earnings and
I think Wolf's going to explode on Monday.
Okay.
I'm hearing the earnings are great. I heard that they were in. I think they were supposed to be reported in the red. They're going to be in the black. I mean, it's common sense. They're the top Bitcoin mining, getting power from a nuclear power plant, the cheapest cost. So, and Bitcoin's been nothing but a monster. So, if they're mining Bitcoin, I think it cost them $2,000 or $3,000 to mine a Bitcoin. I think that was the price of 2 or 3. I forget what the number was. So they make money at Bitcoin $2,000 to $3,000. Bitcoin is 30. So it's been up 27,000 for how long? So obviously this number is going to be big.
There's been, in your opinion, I'm just asking your opinion, in Finger, hasn't it seemed like there's been a steady buyer for weeks now?
There's been a steady...
large buyer, big buyer, steady buyer, one professional buyer for 5 or 6 weeks, it seems like.
Yep. The longer... Pistol Pete, I'm going to call him Pistol Pete, said from Philly yesterday, the longer the base, when it breaks, it's going higher. So
I think he said the longer the base, the higher the race.
Right. I forgot what his term said. But that's exactly, by going sideways, trust me, if you guys want to get out of this stock, guaranteed I want to get out too. I can't stand watching it as much as you do. But again, this is how it goes in investing. You got to sit through it. It sucks, and I got it. I was a day trader. I would love to buy GNS at $1, selling it at $1.20, buy 20,000 shares, make 20 cents, $4,000. See you Monday. That's my background. So sitting here doing this is completely not my style. Not even close. I'd rather be buying puts on the video, which I pointed out the other day, and the thing dropped 50 points. So I have no problem doing that. All right? But again, I'm not going to go out there and yell fire in a movie theater. All right? But you can see that the boys were lining up. AI is all the rave, and now it's over with in 3 weeks. That's Wall Street. Why is it over with in 3 weeks? Because guys are shorted, and they need to push it down. And they'll find a level, maybe 350, 360, where they'll load up. And in 7 months, they'll see the stories come out after they buy it. And they'll say, it's the greatest thing, AI, and it'll be $600. That's what they do.
I don't know that you're going to be able to answer it, but I'll ask you specifically. The gentleman wants you to answer. If you had shares of NextBridge or MMTLP,
I can't advise. Again, I'm not. John Bird, all these people are on here. Go ask those people on the front line.
Okay, that's fair enough.
And if you want to move your shares, move a small portion of it. If you feel you're going to be trapped if they open it up.
Okay.
You can always move your shares at any time, correct?
Yeah. Well, no, I that's what I disagree with. At some point, there's not going to be any more seats in the theater, but for now,
you don't want to. Yeah. Listen, again, you got to go to the big boys on that. I'm not watching I'm not reading every story on it. I'm here trying to expose naked shorts and move on. All right, so I'm in two battles that I study every day. I follow the research. I am not Fidelity Management. I can't buy them every day. I'm not a broker. If I was a broker, I would have my stories and I'd be calling my clients up and telling them what I believe. But I'm not a broker anymore. I should go back and be one, but again, I'm not.
You're a broker.
I was never a retail broker anyway.
You're a broker now.
I'm broker now, yes, thank you.
Can they drive finger back below $5? I mean, that's an obvious answer, but
They could try.
yeah.
I'm sure the people that are buying it is sitting there waiting for that. Listen, there's no question they know they're here. I mean, look at this. Every day when it went 541 to 544 with 400 shares trading, you'll start seeing the 100 shares trade, the 100 shares, and all of a sudden the bids disappear, and it'll be 535 to 544. Then it goes 535 to 540, and then the 535 leaves, and now it's 526 to 540. That's what they've been doing every day. They drop the bids, and then they try to trade 100 shares at the lowest point to try to get it read and all that nonsense. But again, accumulation, slow, steady accumulation. Smart people know how to do it, and their time will come to an end.
If you know this, I'm gonna be amazed.
The capital of Bolivia is La Paz.
Wow, you did know. Hindenburg and Nate Anderson versus Tingo, false allegations. Do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, they went after them, right? The stock was $3. Yeah, so what happened there, I'll just go off the top of my head. Someone called me up. I think West Christian's involved in this thing. I think it was Wainwright. Called up the company, offering them money. Wainwright called up all their clients, got them short, and the company turned them down. The stock popped to $3 or $4, and all these guys who shorted before, Wainwright probably sold them a bill of goods saying, oh, we can get a deal done with these guys. So they all got short, all their hedge fund clients. The company said no, and the stock popped, and they were dead. So what did they do? They hired Hindenburg. Hindenburg came down in class. He was just beating up billionaires. Now he came down to Tingo Group, whatever it is, CIO, right? Obviously, that's like a paid assassin coming in here. This guy went from knocking stocks like, Carl Icahn he went after. Now he's going after TIO, right? Obviously, somebody was short, called him up, says, you got to do a story for me, and they went after him on that. That was it.
The humanity. Oh, the humanity.
That's what it was.
I'll do it later, but if you understand the wash rule, can you explain it in terms of taxes? You don't have to if you want to pass.
Yeah, there's a whole thing about the government. I think it's got to be a certain period before you can claim the wash rule. It's on. Just Google it. It's right there. I'm not going to quote it.
I think it's 30 days, and I always tell people 31 or 32 days to make sure.
Listen, these guys wash stock from one account to the other. All they're trying to do, as Pistol Pete said, they're trying to move the short from one account to another, buy more settlement time. There's 20 stupid reasons they do it. But remember this, everything they do costs them money. Nothing is free. And for the 1,000th time, anybody who has an account at Robinhood, shut it down. Take your money, move it along. Stop being a lazy ass. Move your stupid account. These guys are complete criminals, and the guy's a billionaire for lying and destroying everybody in GameStop and AMC. He should at least came out and had the balls to tell everybody, hey, the big boys told me to do this. That's what he should have said. But he wanted the money, so he's right now at $10. I don't know the guy's name, but he's a billionaire. He's a billionaire for destroying everyone. And he's a retail account. So people, anyone you know, tell them to move their account. Takes a second. Go find someplace else. This stock should be pennies. And let me just go through this, William, for a second. Everyone on the call, and yesterday was an enormous number yesterday. The name of the game is stock settlement. Stop falling for the narrative that you see on the newspaper or the SEC puts out there. Payment for order flow is nonsense. If I buy a stock and the man on the moon sells it to me, he better deliver my stock. End the conversation. If the government took away the loophole, which is the market maker exemption for naked short selling, Citadel would be out of business in 4 minutes, because that means they would have to take risk on all their trades. And they'll say, well, we can't create liquidity. Well, GNS, if you call that creating good liquidity, it's traded 151 million shares. Where's all the liquidity coming from? Who's flooding the market with all these trades? So liquidity is all bullshit. If I have an idea and I paid $5 for the stock and the next 10,000 shares for sale is offered at $6, well, screw you. Go pay $6. I got it first. That's what Wall Street is about. Now I can get in at 5. You can get in 3 months later and get in at 4. Because all the bullshit liquidity. And I'll give you an example about bullshit liquidity. Look at Mary Indian Robert Apple. Mary Indian Robert Apple. It went public 5 days ago. The whole float is 200,000 shares of the whole company. It's traded, I think, 1.5 million already. The company called NASDAQ up, and he said that they're naked shorting it through Canada. They told the company that. How in the right? The company's 5 days old. And they naked shorted the whole thing already. So what good is it? If you bought it the other day at 7 because you thought it was a great company, a new company, it's exciting, new, it's already down. Thanks to all the liquidity that they created. The company had 200,000 shares in the float because they wanted to keep it, as they say, tight, small. Now the float is 1.3 million already because they sold all the naked shorts into the stock. Now the float is much bigger. Who are they to create that? The company that issued the shares. It just went public. That's the game, and the company knows all about it already. My friend advises them. He called me up and asked me about it, and I couldn't believe it. Think about all the criminal stuff you see. You know, just look at the Kramers. You know, you go to the bottom of the barrel. All right, the Kramers. They had a debenture with the company. The company paid them off. They got Charlie Mayo to call the company. We got the tip that Alpine was their prime broker. We got the prime broker now. GTI has now caught the Kramers, trapped the Kramers. Their prime broker got busted. All right? We all know the DTC told us there's a big short in the stock. What more do you want? We called the FBI. Again, we had a shareholder just went to the FBI. They all know about them. Gretchen Morgensen told me they belong in jail. Everybody knows. And yet they're still bouncing around. How? They must have given up 20. They gave up that guy Savvy, whatever that guy's name is. That fat bastard.
Hal Mitzner or something.
Whatever his name is.
Why don't you explain what the market maker exemption is? Just because I don't think everyone understands it. Unless you think everyone does, you don't have to.
Hold on a second. I'll pull it up for you. Give me a second. All right. Give me 1 second. This is from January 12, 2007. My good friend wrote a letter to the SEC. And in it, he quoted he goes, last summer during the Securities Trading Association, the NASD Vice President Tom Gira voiced concern of a segment of market-making activities in firms. Gira stated, our concern is that people are registering as a market maker just to get the short sale exemption. He further stated that the NASDAQ is seeing market makers that quote normally on the offer but use sub-quotes on the bid. What that means is, let's say in GTII, there's 79-cent offer and they're 1 penny bid. So what does that tell you? They're only selling stock. Gira concluded a true market maker is not someone who goes into the box making a market, and all they do is sell. So again, this is a rule that was allowed by market makers, because when you go to buy a stock, the market maker doesn't know what stock you're coming to buy. He can make a market in 50 stocks, right? So you go to buy, GNS, and he says, well, I don't have it, but I can use the naked short selling rule to sell it to you, William. And you say, okay, and he naked shorts it to you, but he's supposed to come back and buy it and cover, right?
Yeah.
What they do is, the market makers, these lowlifes that you see, they all get the orders from the crooks. They don't buy any shares, and every order that comes in, they're instructed to sell it. That's what they do. The loophole, again, remember, there's only 4 ways you can buy and sell a stock. You can buy it, you can sell it, all right? You can sell it short. That means you borrow a share like everybody else does. And the 4th way is the loophole I just told you. It's the market maker exemption, and that is the way that is the loophole that you're all getting smoked in. That's the criminal activity.
And Not Legal Advice is pointing out that under that exemption, it's supposed to be a bona fide market maker, not these crappy thieves. I guess it's Reg Show that has that exemption. But anyway, they're supposed to be real market makers, not...
Right. Well, that's what everybody knows. The NASD put it in writing in 2000, whatever year I just said, 2012, was it? I forgot. But they all know about it. They all allow it to go on. If they shut down the market maker exemption, people can invest in stocks that they have a good feeling about. Get in early when you do your research about it. And when the stocks go up, you get rewarded. With the loophole and this naked shorting, you can get in early, right? Mm-hmm. Not make any money. You could be the leader. I bought this stock at $5, but it's 50 cents now. Oh, but it's going to go to 100 because of the technology. It may go to 100, but everyone else is getting in at 50 cents, $1 on the way back up, and you're stuck at 5. Why? Because you figured it out too early. And that's what you get on Wall Street for doing your due diligence. Yeah. You wind up losing because you got taken to the cleaners by the crooks.
What kind of margin do you think Lynn Partners is paying now?
Oh, they got to be dying. I told you, we always say they mark it down for pennies. They're marking it down because the firm is demanding more money from them. That's all. That's the only reason they keep trying to mark it down. Like I said, they must have hired somebody. Go look at the chart. I posted it. You could see the red bars. Look at the attack. Where is the SEC? It'll take me. I could walk in there having 100 drinks, and I could point it out to them. It's so easy. These big red bars, and you can see the attack in a second. And you tell me they can't see it? Just follow the sell tickets in that little period. Was it 12 minutes, 15 minutes? Sell. Where'd they all come from? At the market. It was like a race. Then all of a sudden the stock hasn't traded. Since we've been on the phone, it's doing nothing. 0. And we've been on 30 minutes already.
I have that effect on people.
Yeah, we put the stock to sleep. But guess what? I like it when it does nothing. It doesn't bother me. I'm not going away. Hey, listen, I want to be like you. I want to cash out this morning at $585. I would love to do that. But again, I have the patience. All right? And we'll sit here. We watch them. Again, I'll tell you everyone again. When I started this fight, way before anybody ever found me or knew what I did or whatever nonsense, I've always said, kill one and you slaughter them all. So we're close to slaughtering and killing one.
Financially,
I'm sorry. Break their backs, these terrorists, these offshore terrorists, that's what I'm going to call them. Break their back financially, and we go over the hill. We're the South this time. I'm sorry for everybody who's in the North. The South is going to win this war. And we're going to go over the top. If you don't know your history, Little Round Top was the pivotal point at Gettysburg. If we got over the end of the Union line, we can go behind the soldiers and kill them all. That's what saved the fight. And here we are. We're going up the hill. Once we break them, our army will go from 100,000 people to 500,000. Win again, we'll have 5 million people behind us.
What was the...
Imagine how everybody would feel if we found a company working on a cure for specialized cancer, and we helped save it, and it actually saved someone in your family's life. Think how you feel then. Besides making money, I got it. We all want to make money. But think about, at some point, saying, hey, you know what? I'm in this fight. You know what? I'll be glad if I make money, but I would love to help save this company from the tortures of the shorts. And you know what? If they make a drug and they become the next cancer company that can save, someone in my family, I'm there. I'm ready to fight. So that's how I feel about the whole thing.
That's a great answer. So what was the purpose of issuing restricted shares by GTII?
The same thing that's going on in GNS. It's a special dividend. What is special dividends? They create panic, right?
Right.
So when it's time, we'll see what happens, right?
But it hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet because they haven't been forced to deliver it yet. When it becomes free trading, you're going to sit there and say, where's my share? You can't sell it, but we don't have it for you. What does that mean?
Right. Which
They're going
stock?
to have to go out and buy it in the open market to deliver it to you. So let's say E-Trade's short 10 million shares. E-Trade's going to have to go out and buy 10 million shares at the market, then give it to all the investors that need their dividends. How's that one?
Somebody just said, why is Congress saying some naked shorting is not illegal? I didn't...
Some naked short selling is not illegal because I just went over it. It's the loophole. They've given them the right to naked short because they're a market maker. Right. But the guy from the NASD...
But they're still supposed to deliver in 2 days or something.
Well,
like that.
They have a loop. They give them a bigger grace period because they are making a orderly market and providing liquidity. That's the bullshit they tell you. What they're doing is they're just flooding the market with counterfeit shares. And then when they finally have enough of them short, they move it down and move it down and move it down. And hopefully you guys all panic out. We all lose our money. We've all been ripped off by it. And now look what happens. And that's what they do.
And then they do a reverse split.
It turned into a good idea, but the crooks figured it out. And they looted all these years and no one stopped them.
Right. Which stock is bigger to the upside, Finger or GTII?
Again, you can't tell until they start going because I need to see the resistance by other short sellers. I think they're both enormous opportunities. I think they're life-changing. I keep saying that. Finger Motion has traded 677,000 today. We have one idiot that's short 800,000, a real borrowed share. He's down to over $3 in it because I calculate when they shorted, I memorize it. So I'm saying he's short below 2, stock's over 5, he's down, $3, 3 plus. 800,000 shares. The most he can make on 800,000 shares at 2 is $1.6 million. He's down 2.4 million on the stock. The most he can make is 1.6. It went to 0. That, my friends, is someone that is dumber than dumb. All right? And that's why you know it's a fraud. And Pistol Pete or Pedro, he would understand this. If you were working for Stevie Cohen and you lost $2 million, it would be no big deal. But because you are such a moron, they would open the window and throw you right out the window because that is an asinine trade. The most you can make is $1.6 million and you're down 2.4 already. That is a dummy trading. That is a fraud. You understand? No money manager who hires traders would ever let anybody stay on the desk. We all lose money. Not everybody is 100%. Taking a loss is a good thing. That's what they like to see. But standing there like the Statue of Liberty, down 3 points, $2.4 million, and not doing anything about it, you have a problem, right? And that's the difference. You know, the guy's cutting a tree down on my yard. I have to walk out. I'm sorry.
You have to go outside?
No, I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
What is your friend from Jeffries, if you've spoken to him, saying about Finger right now?
The guy we're trying to get the information from is a $6 billion fund guy. It's his own money. So he's not exactly standing around waiting for, going to dig up answers for me. He is an owner of the stock, and we, communicated, and when he gets back to me, he gets back to me. That's how Wall Street works. If we're all poor slugs like we are, we want the answers immediately because we work 24/7. When you're worth $6 billion, you disappear. You go on vacation, you do things. Very different. People get used to that. That's part of the game.
Has there ever been an over-the-counter stock? Of course, Finger's NASDAQ. That used to be over-the-counter. Has there ever been an over-the-counter stock that short squeezed to 3 digits, triple digits?
I'm sure there's been many. I don't have the energy to go digging through that, but I'm sure there's been many.
I think a simple Google search could answer that question.
Right. If that makes you happy, you want to see proof that it happened before, listen, all you have to do is go look at, Taser, Krispy Kreme, Herbalife went to, there's endless amounts. Shopify went from nothing to over $3,000 or something like that. SHOP on a short squeeze. Go look at Restoration Hardware. That squeezed for years. I can't remember how high that went. That killed more shorts than anything, that stock. I think the symbol's RH. I can't remember the RRC. I can't remember the symbol of it. That's been a killer for years. It killed every short.
I don't know, it's human nature, but a couple of more questions asking on Wolf and on Tio. You already answered it. You can just say you already answered it if you want. Then Richard.
What's the question?
There's no question. You already answered what you think of Wolf, but if you want to do it again, you can.
Oh no, I think Wolf again. They got to 4. Yorkville is short the stock. Yorkville has had the bench with them. They paid him off, and now when you see a stock go to 4 and they push it down to 2.5 real quick, obviously they're trying to discredit the earnings that are coming out, right?
Right.
They're trying to knock it down so that when it pops on Monday, instead of popping to 8, it's going to pop to 5. Because it's going to show, Monday the earnings came out, it's unbelievable. Oh my God, the stock's up 5, and they'll knock it down because it's up too much. Imagine if it started at 4 and it jumped to 8. It'd be like, that's no big deal. From 2.5 to 8's a big number. That's why they do it. They always seem to attack it first, try to get people to bail out. The number's no good. The earnings are no good. Hurry up, sell it. And then when it comes out, the earnings are good. And people will say, the stock's pulling back because people are taking profits. That's another bullshit line they put in the newspapers all the time. The stock is soaring. Oh my God, it's soaring. That's what it is.
I just want to tell you, Richard is going to put up a video tonight about Robinhood, so look out for that. That's not legal.
Listen, Richard, I think it's a great thing to do. Rally people up behind us. People need to wake up. I personally don't give a flying FORK about who follows me. I could care less. It means nothing to me. I could care. I don't make money from it. I don't care. But how the information that we're reporting, I've been reporting it for a long time. I'm not throwing shit up there. I'm giving you facts. how people don't follow and pay attention to what we're saying. I have 13,000 people, and the 13,000 people we have are strong 13,000 people. All right? These are good people. These are people that have an interest in the market. It's not just bullshit, bots or whatever the hell they call it, following you. I really do believe we have a real strong following of people that are educated, which is great. It should be 13 million. Everyone in this family is going to get smoked and get ripped off. Pensions, if you're a fireman, a cop, a nurse, whatever the hell you do, they steal your money. They destroy you. I just don't understand how people just can't take 10 minutes. They're too busy. I always yell at my daughters, you follow the Kardashians. They're garbage. Well, how do you not follow something that could you? And they are. I feel awful that my daughters follow me. And I'm such a disgusting brute, but that's the way it is.
She's just been paying attention to Gary Gensler, that's all.
They look at me, they go, oh, you're so nasty. I said, well, that's the way it goes. I said, I try to tell people, Wall Street, it's about money. If I want to get friends, I'll get a dog, right? That's what we always say. You want a new friend, go get a dog. But again, I've been doing this so long. I watch so many people commit suicide. I watch people lose their houses. I watch them get divorced. I've seen all the horror. I says, my mom died of breast cancer. Because, not saying they could have saved her, but you want something? I want to save my aunts, my relatives, anyone that has it, my daughters, anyone who could potentially have it. There has to be somebody that can save somebody. And they don't care. They just don't care.
They don't care.
And that's why I fought.
What do you think the tradable float is in Finger, and how do
Zero.
you... Zero?
Yep.
I didn't expect that answer. That's pretty powerful.
Well, it is powerful. That's my opinion. There's no stock. It's all created. They created 300,000 more today, so they just keep piling it in. 160 is short. They created 160 million shares.
Wow.
Now, some companies want to fight. Some want to play it out using quiet. Be quiet and just do what they have to do. I'm a big mouth, and I like to tell everybody, hey, just, go add them up. And, people don't want to go down that path. They hired West Christian, so they're doing what they have to do.
I don't know. It wasn't really...
There's powerful people that own a lot of stock in Finger Motion. That I can tell you.
Powerful people?
That I know of.
Yeah.
Forget the retail. Listen, every time someone buys 1,000 shares of retail, we're all getting an opportunity. We're all getting an opportunity to do what? Have a change your life. We're not sitting here buying 1,000, 2,000 shares to make 20 cents. I don't know many people doing that. There's some people that do it. I got it. But this is an opportunity that can change your life. Again, you have to be in it to win it. I don't know any more cliches than I could say. We all bought lottery tickets like idiots, right? Everybody on this phone probably bought a lottery ticket. I made my $10 donation and sat there with I don't even bother looking at them because I know they're going to be losers. But again, that's the game. You got to be in it to win it. So in the stock market, we found a stock that we believe we've done the due diligence on. We can see everything that's happened. It's right there in front of you. I can understand 2 years ago saying, what's this Finger Motion? What's this Chinese, blah, 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 right? But here we are, 2 years later, there's videos. The CEO speaks perfect English, perfect. And he comes across as a guy that can tell you the whole story. He's been at trade shows. I know people that met him in Las Vegas. I sent to the trade shows to go meet with them, and they came back to me and told me how good he was. And they bought the stock. That's the hardest thing, is to get people to sit down and actually follow things. Everyone's sitting there looking to go buy a stock that's moving today. So, oh my God, stock's at 30 cents on 30 million shares. It's going higher. Go in there. I don't jump into things anymore. I'm not jumping into my neighbor's pool. I'm not doing it. I stay where I belong. That's where I go. Like the shorts don't go running into different people's short positions. And NVIDIA, yes, but not, the shorts in BRAG, the Lynn Broadcast, Lynn Partners, they're not in there, and no one else is in there but them in that stock. And then all of a sudden the volume's trading again today. This thing was trading nothing. All of a sudden it's been trading. They've been moving it higher. Again, this is the same pattern that happened to SYTA before they took it down to 4 cents.
They want to know if we'll ever have a Ham versus William pickleball game. All I know is I'll watch it.
Listen, everyone, I know William. There's not a prayer I'm getting on the court with him.
Oh,
I can
come
play.
on.
I can beat him.
Oh, come on.
I can beat you from New York. I'll hit a ball up now. I guess you won't even hit
come
it.
on.
Listen, you're a tennis guy. I'm not a tennis guy, so maybe you beat me in tennis.
It's been a long time. Why wouldn't Lynn Partners just buy a lot of calls and finger and let it go?
There's no one selling the calls. Go look at the spreads. No one's selling them.
Yeah, no one's selling them.
There's no one making a market selling the calls. That's what I'm trying to say.
This guy just put up MULN needs to do another reverse split to get back over $1.
No, they got it down again. Oh,
Yeah, they did. Apparently that 1 for 9 might have been effective today, and they're already shorting it again.
I told them that. What am I going to say?
I know.
Listen, you have to. It's a disgrace. Everybody knows. Companies know. When you see press releases like that GTII the other day, these companies, the cat's out of the bag. Shareholders know. It's not much longer. I think that Lynn Partners, Jeffries called them up. They got a knock somewhere, a market maker. Somewhere in their network, wherever they're doing this thing, the danger bell is ringing. Someone's coming, something's going on. Because the volatility is gone. It's easy to create volatility. You just hit the sell button. Sell. It's easy to do that, right?
Yeah.
Sell 50,000 at the market as low as you can go. What do you mean sell? Just keep selling it. And after you come back to me, sell another 50. All of a sudden that stopped. Remember at 7, they sold it down to 4. And what did we do? We dug in and we turned it right around again. And we got it back to 6. They beat it down to 5.25 again. Now it's slowly marching up again. Now, again, if you look at it, you say Abbott or Ace or Arca, all these guys say, oh, it's making a higher low, right? 4 was 4. Now it's 5.25. Let's see what happens now. Maybe it's $5.75 today. Maybe it's $6 today. And then next week it's going to be, the low is going to be $7. Who knows? I don't know. But again, these guys have the problem, not us. I sleep like a baby with my pot brownies, pot gummies, excuse me. And but again, these guys are criminals. They have to, like Andrew Left, he lives in fear of the DOJ. Well, that's what Lynn should be living in fear. And the Kramers should be living in fear. They've been walking around Manhattan, wherever they go, or the Hamptons, wherever they hang out and spend their money, like they were movie stars. Now they have to live in fear because at any given time, the guys with the blue jackets just pull up, put their jackets on, and lock you up. Then it's the walk of shame.
Do you think Alpine Securities will be expelled by the end of the year?
I'll leave that up to Richard. We address that. I don't know what. Listen, they're just dead men standing. They're just dead men walking. Is that what they call it? I forget what it was.
I think that's right.
Listen, they have committed more crimes that Richard, who just joined our team, said, my God, they give scumbags a bad name. Think about that. This is a gentleman that I assume is just learning about making short selling and figured out and following out of the kindness of his heart to follow Alpine for us. He's as an attorney and went through reading these complaints. And he said that.
Yeah.
Now, I can't even read those complaints because I'll fall asleep reading it or I don't understand it anyway. But I said it from the get-go. Everyone I know, for example, many years ago, a friend of mine called me up. He said that he had put his stock certificate with Alpine. They charged him a lot of money to put the stock into the system, and that he was an IR guy for the firm, the company, and he worked for a year and a half, and the stock went from $1 to $3. Not a lot of volume, 30, 40,000 a day. The guy had 300,000 shares. So he worked a year and a half. He did a great job. Alpine, when his stock was cleared, shorted the stock all the way down to 50 cents. Every day the guy was trying to make a sell, and he could never make a sell. They took him out. He took him out at like 45 cents. Alpine shorted the stock in front of him, trying to sell it, and the guy lost $600,000 of his hard-earned money for nothing. And that was what I heard about Alpine years ago, and I never was in that space, but the guy told me about that. So as we jumped into Alpine, everyone says it to me. Complete scumbags, they rob everybody. And I'm like, oh my God, how are these guys in business? And then lo and behold, here we are, I'm involved, and now we got them in our stock, and now we can all see what criminals they are. Think about that.
Turn the machines back on. Do you think GTII will go by the end of the year?
If Finger Motion goes on Tuesday, I think GTII will go on Wednesday. That's my opinion.
Are there any, do you think AMD, I think that's Advanced Micro Devices, AMD, is it being shorted?
No, again, these stocks are crazy. You got to know what you're doing in those names. AMD, NVIDIA, they're following the video, I guess, dragging it down.
What's your target in a high, in a squeeze for Finger, for GTII, for Wolf?
Again, I can only tell once they go. For example, Kodak, when it went KODK, it went from nothing to 60 in a blur. KOSS went from $2 to 125 in a blur. Like it went to 125. I mean, so there was no resistance in those names. GameStop had resistance every dollar up until it finally exploded. And at $50, they tried to hold it down. $80, $100, then it started really gapping. But there was resistance all over the place. HKD had no resistance. It went from wherever it was, $7 to $2,500 in a day. There was no resistance. If it had resistance, it'd still be trading at it'd be trading at 5,000 now. But there is no resistance. No one shorted it. There was no resistance. That's what I'm looking for, resistance. When I see resistance, then I can tell you it's going to go higher. You know the numbers. So if you're concerned about the numbers, okay, just count the shares up as we go. You know.
Let me ask it
obviously,
a different.
The stock can't go. Let's say the stock opens at 10. If it trades 150 million shares at $10 one day, all right, which it could, because Pistol Pete says they're going to flip it back and forth and wash it. If that happens, okay, that means it's going higher because they're just moving the damage from one place to the other. Right? If it doesn't happen, and we go up every day, 300,000, up, 300,000, 500,000, up, that means they're trying to cover and there's no resistance. It's very different. When it trades 150 million in one spot, like GNS is doing today, it's the $1.30. It was $1.30 a second ago. It's 56 million shares, all in the same spot, right? Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden it starts to pull back down. So obviously they're playing games here. This is what Pete said. They're moving stuff around.
Can Finger go to $1,000?
I said that's where I think it was going.
Can GTII go to $1,000?
I think GTI can do the same type of trip.
Can Wolf go to $5?
Yes. I think Wolf's going to be a big winner. I can't tell you what's second, but I think it's going to be a huge winner. Just read the fundamentals about him. If Bitcoin's going to be around and Bitcoin mining is going to be here, that's what they do. If it costs, I think Mara, M-A-R-A, and Riot I remember I was at a conference where I saw these guys speak, and I asked them a lot of questions. They don't control their energy costs. I mean, they're very high. So let's say Mara or Riot, again, I can't remember which one, they make money at Bitcoin 14 or 17,000. Wolf makes money at Bitcoin 2,000. So you tell me what the energy cost shows you what the difference is, right?
Yeah. Finger is, I'm looking at it, 547. I just can't tell the volume.
The volume is now 690,000.
Oh, so it hasn't done much while we've been on the call in terms of volume.
Zero. We've been on the call for an hour and 1 minute, and it's done nothing. I'm actually falling asleep looking at it.
Well, you do pretty well answering questions in your sleep.
I'm saying this. Listen, I understand. I spoke to a gentleman yesterday. He's an old timer, I think he uses a cane now. He worked for EF Hutton, and he called me up and he said, "Thank you. I never worked on a block trading desk." Okay, so he didn't really know how me and Pete can actually be the same type of people. And he said, "Thank you for the information. Now just imagine the people that have never done anything in the brokerage community before, and how you're helping us all out," because he's had a bunch of friends that have been on the call. And I said, "Thank you." And that's what it's about. So I have no problem. You can ask the stupidest questions in the world. Don't be embarrassed. It's just ham and eggs here. We can answer. We'll answer all your questions. Again, this is how you learn. My older brother used to make me go get quotes on TIME. Go give me a quote in a market in TIME. I used to call the New York Stock Exchange. Time, the clock.
I know. I got it.
I'm
not
just saying,
that
so back in
dumb.
the day, I used to call the broker on the floor, and they all laugh at me, saying, "You're an idiot," But again, these are things that you have to learn. And that's what's wrong with Wall Street now. They cut out all the jobs. So a lot of people on here, maybe younger, never worked on the street, don't understand what it's like to be a clerk and take orders and see how it works. They don't know nothing about it. That's how.
So your own brother would make you get a quote on time?
Oh, my brother was abusive. My brother was abusive to me. He used to make me study symbols every day.
And now all the symbols have changed.
Well, now I don't follow them all. But again, IBM, Apple, this one, Caterpillar, Deere, every day I had to learn them. Until it just got into my head, and now I know them all, and that's how it worked. So that's trading on Wall Street. No one does it anymore. The commodity exchange, all the people work at home, no one goes there anymore. I knew 20 of my friends were commodity brokers. Traders in the pit, they'll have that voice, that's what they sound like. You ever go on a commodity floor, trading places? That video the other day with the Rob Lowe, I think it was, he said he was on the floor, that was a commodity exchange. The guy screaming, that's the commodity exchange. The New York Stock Exchange, everybody, they ruined everything. The New York Stock Exchange is an empty building. There is no exchange for the NASDAQ. It's a virtual building. So, they destroyed, there's really no, they've taken everything out of it so that anybody who actually wants to learn about it, there's no way to learn. And like you said, William, what do? Everyone, they want people to give money to their brokers as managed money.
That's it.
That's what they do now.
Yep, that's it. And there's fewer lawsuits, but they got big lawsuits coming, I'll tell you that, in all of this area. They've just put it off. Do you expect something to happen to GTII's stock price when the restricted shares come available?
Yes.
Okay.
Just look at GNS. GNS is alive now because they have a dividend that's coming due now. So we have to wait until they're unrestricted.
One gentleman has $10 calls. He's wondering if it squeezes.
I know people that have $13 calls.
Well, he's wondering if it squeezes. Is there a point at which they won't buy back the calls?
They have to, but listen. If the stock opens at 20, your $10 calls are worth $10. You can sell them at any time.
Yeah. I'm just looking to see if one person just said that reverse split on MULN. I think it was Fidelity is charging $38 to the account just to process that reverse split. Wall Street is all about fees.
It's all about fees, but God forbid you ever go out and get your stock, you won't be able to put it back into the system.
That's right. Oh, Mark Maddox is pointing out GNS is putting the dividend on upstream. That's interesting. That's an idea that Ham first championed.
Listen, I know the people at upstream. Okay, when it's ready, things will happen. Listen, again, just look how hard it is.
I think he said it was E-Trade. I don't know, one of the brokerage firms. I don't want to get it wrong, but it was charging a fee.
Right. That's it. It looks like we're out of gas.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be too many demanding questions here for you. How's the stock trading just before you? 550.
It is doing exactly what everyone on this phone should wish all your stocks do. Slow march up is the best trading pattern we can get. And the shorts know it. That's why they attack it, trying to push it down. But there's people accumulating it. And the slow march up is the best. Because what does it do? If I paid $5.52 for it, and I call William up and say, William, I got a great idea. What is it? You can buy it. Where can I buy it? $5.51. William buys it. He tells his sister, where can I buy it? $5.52. Where can Tony buy it? $5.53. Everyone's getting it in the same spot. That's how Wall Street works. When I buy
it's called
stock,
the Jeff Easton discount.
It's the Prel commercial. It's the Prel commercial.
Oh, the Prel? You tell two friends?
Right. And this is the most deadly of them all. Where are they going? By doing this, moving back slowly, there's no volatility. And basically, I told you, if it was me, the next offer in the stock would be $8, not $5.50. But I told you they can't let it go up because of the problem with margin. That's it. They would let it go up if all the knuckleheads who come out and say, well, there's no margin in shorts. Oh, really? Then why don't they let its stock go up? Why wouldn't they take more money? What's the reason? Give me the reason. They don't want to put too many digits on their sell tickets? What is it? What's the problem? They'd rather get $5.50 than $10.20 for each share. They can't let it go up. They do not have the money to manage the position. That's why they attack it down. It's pretty easy. You can see it. I posted it. They can't hide anymore. We've all been educated on it. Listen, when you see something, retweet it. I don't watch every second. Educate us about what you're seeing. It's nice to see people that can talk about it. Right? Before, there was just one of me. Now there's thousands of us all saying the same thing. Look at the MMTL crowd. Look at the AMC crowd. These people are digging through, fails to deliver. They're doing everything. Everybody's learning it. I don't think you need to get that deep and all that nonsense. But again, the most important thing is don't listen to anybody in a debate. If you do have an opportunity to speak to law enforcement, anyone, the whole game is about stock settlement. Trades do not settle. Okay? It's all unsettled trades. It's like you going to buy an airline ticket. You go to the plane, you bought a ticket, there's no seats for you. What does the airline do? They have to pay you thousands of dollars for you because they overbooked the flight. It's the same thing. They're overbooking our stock, and we're sitting there saying, give me my stock, and they should be paying you a ransom for it. Delta just paid a guy $10,000 to get off a flight. Lynn Partners will be paying $10,000. We'll be paying $1,000 a share. Thank you, Lynn. That's the game.
So is there going to be a U3 halt on Finger?
No.
Could
U3 halt is due. Listen, the halt was due to fraud. Okay, the whole MMTL thing the whole thing is a fraud. The dividend, nothing to do with the company. No one did anything wrong. The shorts did the whole thing. They created that mess. That's why they held it up, because no one knew what the hell's going on.
Can the squeeze and Finger be bigger than what happened with GME?
Yes. And the reason it can be bigger, number one, education. Everybody knows about it. No one understood GameStop. No one did. I did, and I didn't know it was that big. Okay? I pitched it to thousands of people. No one believed it. Oh, it can never go, never go, never go, never go. Because of the education by everyone, right, and understanding. If you bought a stock at 547 and it got to 10, most of us would sit there and say, that's the greatest trade. Oh my God, look at this, it's great. But now you know the fraud and the opportunity. Selling it at 10, you start looking at yourself and say, wait a second. I'm in a stock that I think has a great opportunity to go to the moon. What am I racing out the door for?
Right.
It's very different. Very different. Education. You understand the potential. You understand how big the short is. We post the data every day. We don't make the numbers up. It's all information that's right there in front of you. We all see it.
So Skinny Whale extends her appreciation, and she is on Twitter. I think it's either GRRR or it's just RRR. But anyway, you follow her sometimes, and she just wants to make sure that I tell you.
I
thank
appreciate.
you.
I just told you. I don't know how we don't have 13 million people standing here demanding that their pensions. Listen. I don't have a pension. I lost mine already. I got ripped off already for a lot of money. My pension money is all gone. It ain't happening anymore to me, but it is going to happen to everybody on this call. They're going to steal your pension money. And I'm telling you, I've been telling you, I told you for a couple of years now, they're going to steal your pension money. Whether you'll sit there and say, oh, I got $500,000 in here. And guess what? It's dropped. And it's only worth $300,000 now. Well, you lost $200,000. When you're 65 and you got to live, you want to think you're going to live around to 80, and all your money's gone. Let's see what happens. Pension shortfalls are a real thing.
Yeah, I know. And so's the.
Just go watch Jon Stewart season 1, episode 6 about Wall Street.
Well, the really scary thing is when. If the dollar ever collapses, for example, like the ruble did, you can continue to collect your pension, but it's worth very, very little. So
That is. Listen, whenever the market crashes, it's so funny that everyone loses so much of their portfolio, and everyone thinks it's a joke. You know, I told a bunch of people that own NVIDIA, I said, listen, the stock is ripping, sell into it. You always can get a chance to buy it back. Oh, but when is it? I says, lock and you own it at 200. Selling it at 4.25 is not a bad thing, right?
Well, how can a stock like NVIDIA, I don't even know where it's traded, but it's had an astronomical run. What the new buyer? What are they thinking? They're not thinking it's going to do that again.
No, they looking. Listen, they tell the shorts. They got a big short squeeze onto it. It went from 250 to 450. All right, so to me that was, as someone looking at it, I just read some news stories saying that the AI hype is over. So that tells me they were going to come for it. I posted it. I put it up there. I said, well, they're telling you they're going to come after it.
That's
They're
right.
telling you they were coming after you. Yeah.
That's right.
Anyway, all right, listen, everyone. Have a great weekend. I can't stand it anymore.
All right. Thank you very much, Ham. You're the best.
All right, have a great day. Thank you.
All right, bye. I don't know. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go on because um, I don't know how much time my dog has alive. I guess he's going to be all right, but he's not eating. And well, all right. Let's see out the end of the day. Um, um, It's 547, 546, 548, 733,000 shares. Are you still close? Are you still close? Yeah, I think I can do that. Yeah, I'm starting to get... The heat could be affecting his appetite is a good point. But he just has no interest in food. None. And I don't know. I've never had a dog die on me before. So I don't know. Once they stop eating food, is it one day or is it weeks? I don't know. So it's 547. They're doing a good job of keeping it down. This is what Susan Trimbath, Dr. Trimbath says on page 6 of her book. The current system may not survive. It's pretty scary. Thank you, Goodwill. Yeah, your bruiser dog. I like your bruiser dog. Take a break for me. He drank water last night, yeah, but he didn't want to go on the walk this morning. So I just think I don't know. I'm not going to think about it. Let's just think about it tomorrow. He's drinking water. Thank you, Donnie. I appreciate it. I'm just not going to focus on it. Skinny Whale Weeks. So that's good to hear. Has someone been out to look at the AC? Not yet because I can't organize everything properly, but I'll get it done. The AC or me, maybe it's me not knowing how to use the thermostat. We've had very cool weather, particularly at night. It's been an unusual August. Some people were asking some questions that were I could answer, but now I don't remember what they were. I believe Finger. Look, I don't have Ham's in the trading pits experience. I don't have Pedro Philly's similar, but somehow more. It seems more current experience than Ham. But if Finger, the trading in Finger, were representing the way price discovery, the way trading used to be, and I don't know that that is the case anymore. This stock is telling me that something's coming. I don't know what. Is it an announcement? Is it a regulatory buy-in? Is it somebody's going to take them over? Is it institutions buying? I don't know. But the steady on buying where it runs up. Today it was as high. It didn't get to 580, but it did get to 57999. And that doesn't cause Gary Gensler a bit of curiosity. But it got up there, and they've brought it back down. But I think the buyer is letting the shorts bring it down so they can buy at lower prices. I think it's an extraordinarily professional example of buying over many days. In fact, I think over many weeks here, of building your position slowly and not spiking the stock. 543, 547. I believe finger runs in the after hours, and then go hits 10, goes to 250. Yeah, I bought him some wet food. He normally doesn't eat. He turned it down. We'll figure it out. If Skinny Whale's right that it's weeks, he'll rally. He'll rally. I think Finger, whoever just said that, Aaron, I think Finger, if there's a buy-in, your biggest buyer in this is Lynn Partners. And when I say Lynn Partners, I mean the benchmark clients. I mean all the shorts that aid and abet Jeff Easton and Philip Vallier. And Jeff Easton might just be a smiling face who's a front for a big hedge fund like SEC. Who knows? But whoever it is, if they get and I just, for sake of argument, it's just Lynn Partners. If they get a buy-in, this thing could be $10 before you eat your Cheerios on Monday morning. And then it could, like you say, it could go to extraordinary highs in a spike. I agree with you. But right now it looks like they've got it tapped down for the end of the day. I don't think he's dehydrated. I do think he needs to eat, though. But you might be right. I keep his water cold, and he's been drinking it. Yeah, I tried to feed him actually by hand. He just didn't. He has no interest. So, Donnie. Oh, you got your cane Corso? Well, I'm counting on Donnie. I'm counting on. Well, I'll start it differently. I think Lucky is a gift from God to me, and I'm grateful for it every day. But for the gift, but I also count on God maybe to bring the next dog to me if I'm meant to have one, because. When you think about it, dogs teach you a lot of lessons that God would teach. Dale Carnegie taught live in day-tight compartments. Well, that's a lot like ancient wisdom out of the Bible. Just, you can't do anything about the past. You don't worry about the future. You just got to live in your time. Dogs teach you that all the time. All the time. They do it in the minutes, in 5 minutes. As soon as they turn a corner, although he's pretty clever, he'll play little tricks. He'll stop pretending he needs to do something while he's still trying to get me to focus on something else. But basically, they just live in the present. And that's one example of what he's tried to teach me. Nothing beats a Labrador. Well, I'm sure that's true, but I've got to tell you, I think he's an American Staffordshire, but I don't know for sure. But that kind of breed, they're the best. I don't think there's a better dog out there than I was speaking of lilies of the field. Level 2, Level 2 shows some big buyers at 555. That's interesting. I don't see that on my live, but I don't get level 2 anymore. I used to get it, but they took it away. What's the special thing about Monday with Finger? Nothing that I know of, Welby. I don't know of anything on Monday. I think I was giving you a hypothetical that if there were a buy-in, but I don't know anything about Monday. How did I come up with the name Lucky? Well, he was a rescue dog, and I met him. I went to a party in Georgetown, and it was, hot chicks and lots of young people and cigars and, exotic music, exotic drinks. And in walked all these models with dogs, fashioned for paws. And I was having my glass of wine with my friends, and this dog came running up to me, jumped up and down and up and down and up and down, and then sat on my shoes. I might have been wearing a tux, I don't know. And I was going to homecoming that weekend for school, but he was up for adoption. And I think I was going to homecoming the following week. So I couldn't get him off my mind. Somebody took pictures of me, but I've never seen him. But I couldn't get him off my mind. There was a reporter there for the party, and she wrote up about the party, and she posted on the front page, it was like the Georgetowner, a picture of Lucky. But it was actually a picture of a different, it was that dog, but she put in the name of a different dog. I forget, Rosie or Mary Bell or something. So that was a bit of luck on my part, because he looked so cute in the picture, and I'm sure people went looking for him, but they couldn't find him because the reporter had called the dog a girl and used a girl's name. And anyway, when I was driving back from homecoming, I couldn't get him off my mind. I drove to one of the rescues here in DC, and I forget it doesn't matter. I drove to it. They said, "Oh no, we don't have that dog here." And then the woman very kindly said, "Let me call over to New York Avenue." Well, the dog is over at New York Avenue. So I raced over there. They were going to close. I raced over there. I walk into all the cages of dogs, barking and jumping up and down. And Lucky was sitting in his cage just quietly. And so the guy that helped me we went out to the running, where the dogs run. And man, that Lucky boy, he was a little, I think he was a puppy, but he gets out there in the running, and he went from 0 to 60 in a heartbeat. And there was so much joy. He was running all around, and he just was so happy. And then we walked back in to his cage, and he looked up expectantly, and they closed it. And then he realized I wasn't taking him because he wasn't my dog. And he just took a deep breath, circled, and went into a quiet sleep, while all the cacophony of howling and barking and whining was going around. So I went out into the room to fill out the paperwork, and the place was packed. And while I was there, and I was nervous about it because I thought, is this too big of an obligation? While I was there, some guy came in with his roommate or girlfriend or something and said, "Oh, we're here for the dog, Chip." Chip was his name. "We're here for Chip." And luckily, the woman that ran the place heard him. He said, "Oh, no, 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 that dog already belongs to," and she pointed to me. So I got him just in time. That's number one. Number two, as I filled it all out, and as I went in to say goodbye, the big guy that helped me walk him, he said, "Oh, Chip, he's a good one." He said, "Oh, Chip he had a big smile," and he said, they're gonna put him down. He's up to be what do you call it? Euthanized. He's up to be killed." So I just think God lined it up for me and everything worked out. They had to keep him for a couple of weeks because it looked like he might have ringworm. But then I got him. And I changed the name to Lucky. One night we were all sitting, there were a bunch of people at my house around the fireplace. And at the time I had a friend named Chip. I couldn't call this dog Chip. So we were all throwing out names. Everybody was coming up with different names. And my sister was my kitchen was right there with the big table, and then we're sitting around the fire, and I'm sitting with Lucky. And I yelled out, "How about Lucky? Maybe Lucky." And my sister said, "Lucky, that's the name." So that's how it came. My sister basically chose the name. I've had him since November of certainly November of 2011, but I might have gotten to him in November of 2010. I'd have to look it up, but I've had him quite a while, and anyway, he's been a blessing to my life. Yeah, I think he was meant to be my dog, and I think God made sure he was there for me. So anyway, that goes to God. I usually get names right, but it's a sign of my brain. Donnie. I think his name was Donnie. That goes to Donnie's observation about his own new dog. I think a new dog will come to me when it's meant to be. Mulled closed at 101. The last time it'll see that. That's the high mark. So Finger closed at 546. I don't see where that big buyer came in. I don't. Sorry, my voice has gone up because I was talking about Lucky, I guess. But I don't have any information that there's anything special happening on Monday. However, the way the stock is traded, and they did their best to get it down, I think next week could be an interesting week. On the other hand, there's 2 weeks left after auction expiry, August 18th. So wouldn't that be a bear if good things happen after that? I don't know, but the stock really feels like it wants to rock and roll. I think 100 shares of Finger is going to be Kryptonian is going to be something you'll talk about. Finger just has it has management that's working to fight the shorts. I actually think in a way Finger outsmarted the Lynn partners in the sense that they used the money to rapidly grow revenues by buying top-up minutes. Then they hired Wes Christian and Sharontel. Finger wanted to pay back their note in full and with penalties. No argument about penalties, everything. And Lynn Partners wouldn't take the payoff. Why? Because they're trapped. And I mean, that's a judgment call, but that's what I think. And so finally, with West Christian's help, they got that done. And, there are no shares now. But instead of covering, it looks like, according to Tom Ronk, that they're up around 160 million shares short. Some people that I talked to, one person from the American Stock Exchange, says there's no way in hell there's that many shares short. But I don't know. Unfortunately, the shorts have access to all of our information. We don't have access to all of theirs. And that's a real black eye for Gary Gensler's belief that we have transparent markets. I think the 160 million share short number is real. Even if you take half of it, 80 million, even if you take a quarter of it, 40 million. Cut that in half. Make it 20 million shares short. The stock will go to 100, in my opinion. Or somewhere well above 20 anyway, if they had to cover 10 million shares and they couldn't sell more. That's the key dynamic. The avalanche of selling stops, and into it comes the bulldozer of buying. And it's all she wrote for Jeff Easton. 541, 560, 548 after the market. I show finger being at the golden pocket on the daily. That could be why it's trading where it is. Yeah, I don't quite understand. I love that term, the golden pocket. I don't quite understand what it means. Because by the time you listen to Arca with his fib this and Fibonacci that and 2 spot 1 and the 1 spot 7/8 and the expanding dance of the dervishes, he does such a great job. But by the time it's done, there's so many technical indicators, I get lost myself. But I assume the golden pocket and the golden cross and just the chart pattern I look at, it's all bullish. It's all bullish. I guess why I said Monday to that gentleman that asked is, it's my opinion, at one of these price levels, there is going to be a margin call and maybe a buy-in. And I guess that's what I was referring to. The stock did very well today. I would have liked to see it close at 580 or higher, but this is still very good. Could Jeffries be calling over the weekend? Could there be pressure saying, you've got to do something, and then Monday morning there's a buy-in? That might have been why I brought up Monday. But anyway, I don't remember. Thank you, Heidi. Have a good weekend. Peter Sachs, we can wait while you catch up. I'm just kidding you. I'm just kidding you. Oh, you lost Ruby? Ruby, don't take your love to town. It wasn't me who started that old crazy Asian war. Oh, you have a new one, Gracie May. That's nice. If I could move, I'd get my gun and put you in the ground. Oh, Ruby, Thank you, Woody. Don't take your love to town. You got a dog named Chip? Oh, he was such a good boy. He is a good boy. But he's just, you know what, he's got that, whatever that disease was that we determined, vestibular disease or something. And the woman told me that he'll have a cocked head, and he does have that. And this morning, he was so disoriented this morning, I don't think he could see me. His head was like this, and I would talk to him. I'm not sure he can hear me. That's how disoriented he was this morning. He didn't respond to my voice, and he'd kind of look up at me, but it was like I wasn't there. And but it's not it. I think it was maybe momentary, or maybe for a couple of hours, because I think he sees me now, although he's asleep. I don't know. I don't have the answer. And I'm supposed to go to Denver, but I don't think I will. Leonard Cohen. Suzanne took me down to the river. And I can't remember the rest of the lyrics. Suzanne took me down to the river. I can't, off the top of my head, think of a Leonard Cohen song that I know any words to. I haven't seen any. Ice cream's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Who can resist ice cream? I always liked Leonard Cohen, though. Suzanne takes me down. I'm trying not to play songs that will get strikes because I'm nervous about strikes. Yeah, Rocky, I have a lot of pictures of him, but recently I haven't taken many because he's so forlorn, but I think it's good advice. But I think when he dies, I won't want to look at any pictures. I don't know. We'll see. First we take Manhattan, then we take Berlin. That's right. Dance Me to the End of Love. 1,000 Kisses Deep. That's a good one. Oh, I know that one. So Long, Mary Ann. So long, Mary Ann. It's time that we began to laugh and cry and laugh and do it all again. First we take Manhattan. Bird on a Wire wasn't. Oh, that one. Hey, that's no way to say goodbye. Hey, I loved you in the morning, our kisses deep and warm, your hair upon the pillow like a sleepy golden storm. Yes, many have loved before us. I know that we are not new. In city and in forest, they smiled like me and you. But now it's come to distances, and both of us must try. Your eyes are soft with sorrow. Hey, that's no way to say goodbye. I loved you in the morning. He was a great songwriter. He was a great songwriter. Would it be possible to have Brent on? Yes, it is possible. But he said that Logic and Go Logic, I'll tell you exactly what he told me. I'll edit it a little bit. But he said, he gave this to me earlier this week, because I asked if I could do videos or if we could do something, and he said that in 2 weeks it will be apparent what's happening and where we're going. So 2 weeks is like saying, a couple of hours. That's just that's a what do you call it? A general, it's like saying, just give me a couple of minutes, couple of weeks. But the point is, I think with Logic and Go Logic, as I've said several times recently, I think that the events which we've discussed should come to fruition by the end of August. I think Logic will, I'd actually say it'll be, I'm going to shift and say it'll be the beginning of September. Because even if we got tonight the S4 approval on the Aubrey SPAC deal in Logic, you still then have to have 10 days of voting. That would put it pretty close to the last week of August. That's what I think's going to happen. But if it doesn't, what if we don't get approval right away? Let's say it's another week. I'll shift a little and say in the first 1 or 2 weeks of September or sooner. That's for Logic. I think Go Logic, we might get something happening sooner, believe it or not, than Logic, because it's all, it's out there. They signed a definitive agreement with recruiter.com, and I think that has its own momentum and different players on the investment banking side. So I think that they're not waiting for the SEC's approval, so that could happen by the end of August. Now that we're basically in the middle of August, I would suggest to you that maybe it could be the first part of September for both as well. But very soon, very soon. Yeah, I got a ornament. Gracie is dozing off. Oh, Gracie. Gracie's probably a good little girl. Well, MacArthur's Park was sung by Run Boy Run, Richard Harris, and he did a great job. But I think, for my money, Waylon Jennings did it better. MacArthur's Park, I can't sing it like Waylon, is melting. And Donna Summer did it, didn't she? In the rain, and I don't think that I can take it, 'cause it took so long to bake it, and I'll never have that recipe again. Oh no, oh no. Silly little song. MacArthur's Park. Waylon also did a version of the House of the Rising Sun, which was amazing. When I was watching the other night about Kenny Rogers, he did In the Clearing. No, something stands the Gambler. He did The Gambler, but you know who first recorded The Gambler? I didn't know that. It was Johnny Cash. But Kenny Rogers made it his own song. Well, anyway, it's 4:20. I'll go to 4:30, and then I'm going to Hey, that's no way to say goodbye. I've loved you in the morning, our kisses soft and warm. Suzanne takes me down to the river. I can't find the lyrics for Suzanne. Suzanne takes me down. There's no lyrics. Anyway, I'll leave that alone. Yeah, I wanted to see the finger spike. I don't see the spike. I don't know when people thought that I should give you my positions, but I guess I will answer your question, but I reserve the right to not always answer your questions. But yes, I am long logic, and I'd like to buy some more. I don't know if I'll be able to, but yes, I'm long logic, and I think logic is going to be $1 to $1.50 by the middle of September. Could it be less than that? Could there be a little bit of a squeeze? I don't know. But I think it'll settle in around the value of the distribution of data logic, and then the shell's going to be acquired by some big company. I don't know who, but I know they're screening many deals. I know it's going to be bigger than the Privco deal. Otherwise, they would have hung on to the Privco deal. So I think those two are going to be have a combined value somewhere between $1 and $1.50, and it could be more than that. But I just trying to keep it conservative. I think if one were to hold it for 6 to 18 months, it could be $8 to $12 a share. That assumes the market doesn't collapse. That assumes that they get a lot of the other deals that they're looking at absorbed. That assumes they get to that 100 to 150 million in annualized revenue that they are projecting and they've talked about on their calls. As a run rate, not that's run rate's different than backward looking, but I think they'll get there to that, and so I think it's a highly attractive stock to own. It's not a short squeeze play per se, but you could get some volatility that is similar to a short squeeze, but it's a different kind of idea. I think basically you get 3 to 5x in sort of the short to near term. in the longer term, I'm trying to do the arithmetic in my head, and I'm terrible at that. I think you can get 30 times your money in Logic in a reasonable holding period. I'm just afraid that the shorts are going to short Logic back down again. Well, I received a letter from Ionic Ventures attorneys who told me in no uncertain terms that Ionic has never shorted Logic shares, and in fact hasn't shorted any stock. Well, I'm going to, he's an officer of the court. I'm going to take him at his word. I don't think Ionic is going to be shorting the stock of Finger. I do think Ionic has a trading. I disagree with the attorney. I think Ionic does short the stock intraday for sure. They trade and then maybe they cover. And so then that becomes definitional. Is that shorting? They're selling stock they don't own, then they're buying it back, and by the end of the day it's flat? I don't know. So we'll leave that. We'll assume that the lawyer's right, that that's not shorting. I think it is. It's intraday. But anyway, I think they do that. I think they sell the stock, buy it, trade around the price all the time. But I don't think it matters where the price of the stock is. I don't think the stock has to be 30 cents. I think the stock can be $30, and they can do that. It's some sort of trading scheme that they have that they're indifferent to where the stock price is. My pen's running out. I don't know where Logic's trading, but Logic at 25 cents right now. I should get a different pen. So the Logic right now is trading at 25 cents. I bought a lot of my stock higher than this price. I bought some several weeks ago, I think at 29 or 31 cents. But I bought some at I don't remember, 70 cents or something. And then previously when I was trading it, I bought it much higher. But anyway, Logic is going to distribute Data Logic into Aubrey SPAC. This has been pending before the SEC since September of 2022. There's been, at least to my understanding, 4 comment periods, 4 question periods, which the SEC has put forth. The most recent happened about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Aubrey SPAC and Logic answered all the questions. And so you can go to Aubrey SPAC on the SEC website and you can see the registrations. I'm not sure that's what it's called, the S4. And you can go to the news stories, you can track it. The SEC has received all the answers to that 4th comment period. There should be no further questions. That's not a guarantee. And the SEC should approve it. There's no reason for them not to. So Logic is putting the entirety of its earnings engine, data logic, into Aubrey SPAC. Aubrey SPAC, that price is already agreed. All of the shenanigans any short seller could do is not going to change the price. It's 114 million shares of Aubrey SPAC. It's $114 million based on $10 a share. That approval could come tonight. Could come tonight. That's about $1 to $1.20 a share, depending on where Aubrey SPAC is trading. You're not going to be able to sell all that stock. I think you're going to be able to sell a fraction of it because they don't want everyone selling all at once. It's a way of protecting the value of the stock and preventing manipulation to the downside. Anyway, that's worth about $1. That's worth about $1.15 a share soon. So what you'll get is the SEC saying, okay, it's approved. Then you have a 10-day, you have to notice, and then you have a 10-day period where you vote. And that's already listed on the SEC site under Aubrey SPAC. As far as I know, both parties are going to vote for this, no problem. And after that 10-day period and the vote, it's effective. You'll get a record date and a trade date. So your one share of Logic will become Data Logic and the shell. Now, what the shorts are doing right now is they're looking at this price and they're saying, oh, well, Logic is distributing everything, the guts of Logic, everything, the engine, the brakes, the electric system, the gas tank, the seat warmers, everything from the car is being sent over to Aubrey SPAC. And so everything's going to be in Data Logic. All that's left is the shell. And what's the shell worth? So the shorts have been shorting non-existent, possibly borrowed, but almost most likely same pattern, same thing that Gary Gensler allows in every stock. Sell stock that doesn't exist through the market maker exemption. Move it around all you want. Communicate with each other. Sell stock without a prospectus. Sell stock without a use of proceeds. Gary Gensler doesn't care. Why? Because this business makes money for Goldman Sachs. Call a spade a spade. And if he were a man, he should just make an announcement. Just disclose it. Hear ye, all ye who enter the over-the-counter markets. I don't care if there's corruption and fraud in the over-the-counter markets. It's good for Goldman Sachs. So if you buy shares, you should know that it's going to be shorted to oblivion, and I, Gary Gensler, am not going to do anything about it. And if I do anything, I'm just going to wrist slap the gentleman because I want them to continue doing it. But he's not a man. He's a worm. But anyway, 25 cents, they're figuring we can short it once the earnings, once the revenue, once the platform, once the technology, once the people are all moved over to Aubrey SPAC, it's just a shell. What's it worth? We're shorting it at 25 cents. We can buy it back at 5 cents. It's not worth anything. That's what the shorts are figuring. And they figure they're going to have a long, long time to drive it down because under Gary Gensler's markets, they'll never have to deliver the DLQ distribution. They'll just fraudulently continue to cover fail to deliver shares with more fail to deliver shares, more fraud with more fraud, because Gary Gensler does nothing. So that's why the shorts are selling Logic. But I've told you many times, and I really don't want to look it up. I don't have the patience to look it up. But Logic entered into a deal with Privco last year. Logic entered into a deal with Privco whereby Privco would buy the shell of Logic. And that was worth That was worth 40 to 60 cents. Logic would have kept, I don't remember, 10 or 15% of Privco. That was worth 40 to 60 cents to you, the owner of Logic. Me too. So this deal expired. They didn't renew it. It because of the SEC delays, because of the the desire by management to get out of the Ionic Ventures transaction, and they weren't shorting. The stock went from over $1 down to 20 cents twice because, like Mrs. Pac-Man, Ionic Ventures got true ups for the risk they were taking of many more shares. That just happened, that was just an act of God. Ionic had nothing to do with it. So anyway, that took about 3 months, I think, to negotiate. That took a little time. So the Privco deal, when you get the news announcement and it's announced, signed a definitive or a pending, blah, blah, signed an agreement to merge, pending this or that. But there's also a deadline, a date. The date on this deal expired. It could have been extended by Logic. They could have said, all right, we'll extend it, but they didn't. Now, why would you think that would be? Because they have a worse deal they're looking at? Logic is screening dozens of deals because the IPO markets have dried up. And there's teams out there that want to turn their shares and their ownership of these private companies into free trading stock that they can cash out on. And they come to Logic and Go Logic also, but Logic. And so Brent is able to pick cream of the crop deals. Somewhere now you're going into my analysis of it. Why would they let this deal worth 40 to 60 cents go? I think it's because they have a better deal. Not because they're not gambling. They're not speculating that, we'll find something. I think they have something. Now, I'll tell you a negative. When the Privco deal went out, there were approximately 50 million shares of Logic. I think there's now 100 million. So that expansion of outstanding shares, which has been beneficial, it was partly they acquired a couple of things. Even if whatever the new company that's going to come in and acquire the shell, even if it's double the size of Privco, the net effect will be about the same. So I'm not willing to assume. I assume the deal's much bigger than Privco. Otherwise, they would have stayed with Privco. But I'm not willing, in my estimates, to give it a massive increase in value. I used to add 40 cents to $1.20, I think it was, or $1.25. The spread was 40 cents to 60 cents. I would just stick with the 40 cents. So you're going to get approval, I think, very soon for the distribution of data logic into the Aubrey SPAC, which will then de-SPAC, and it'll be a NASDAQ listed company. It's been discussed by Brent. My understanding is there are deal flow galore that will be added to this deal, and maybe simultaneously. But over the next few months, I expect them to add not one, but maybe not six, but I would guess 1, 2, or 3 or 4 deals to the data logic side. But out of the gate, you'll have $1.15. Your 1 share of logic will turn into 1 share, or whatever the ratio is, but the value to you, well, this piece of paper will become another piece of paper, data logic, worth $1.15 ostensibly. That's the starting price. Could be more. $1.15. Stock's trading at 25 cents. Logic, also the shell will come over here, I believe, almost simultaneously or within a matter of weeks. I don't think more than a month or so. Logic will announce another deal bigger than Privco. Because there's more shares outstanding, I'm just going to stick with the low end estimate. Privco was 40 to 60 cents a share. I'm just going to stick with 40 cents. If you add 40 cents to $1.15, and take 5 cents off, 25 cents could become $1.40 in about 6 weeks. Out of the gate. Now you ask, won't the shorts sell it off and short it? Well, they're doing that now. But with logic, whatever company they're talking to, it could be a NASDAQ company, it could be a New York Stock Exchange company, it could be a Middle Eastern company, it could be from Australia, I don't know. But it's going to have revenues, it's going to have its own institutional following, it's going to have earnings, it's going to have growth prospects, and they're also seeing deal flow where they're going to add revenues and income. There is no active shorter in logic that is tied to a convertible note. There are shorts that I think are making a mistake, but from their standpoint, they're saying, look, it's a shell. They're giving up everything that was in the company. The entire company's going over to Aubrey SPAC. So the shell, with 100 million shares, what's the shell worth? We'll get it down to 5 cents. That's how they're thinking. But after whatever company, and I have no idea, but whatever company is acquiring the shell so that shareholders keep 15% or whatever of it, the shorts aren't going to keep shorting. Logic is only going to represent part of the big company. The company's going to be growing. The company's going to be adding revenues and earnings. And it's different management. So no, I do not expect any ongoing shorting in logic after the deal. And in fact, I think you could have a little bit of a short squeeze panic as these opportunistic shorts, these are just day traders. Everybody wants a fast buck on Wall Street. They're just looking at it and say, hey, we can make a trade here. Under Gary Gensler's slip slop I wanted to say shady, that's the wrong word. Anyway, his shambolic coverage of the waterfront, of regulation of the over-the-counter market, the shorts know that Gary Gensler's no threat to them. So they can sell and break the law all day long, or they can choose to do it legally with the idea that the shell is going to be worth less, not worthless, worth less after the distribution to Aubrey SPAC. I'm telling you, I expect a major acquirer of Logic Shell to come in right straight away and change the whole playing field. So the shorts are going to be caught short, and I think they're going to have to cover. And so no, I don't think there will be ongoing shorting. I think Logic is very cheap, but there's no, under Gary Gensler's regime, there's no enforcement of settlement, no enforcement against the criminality in the markets. And if you read the SABI document, I have it here, I've studied it, it's just a slap on the wrist. Gary Gensler ignores that they sell stock before the victim signs the contract. And then when he comes to settlement, he says, okay, just regurgitate those shares in your warrants. But he ignores completely that the purpose of these shares is as a shock absorber, as a ballast to keep prices down if there's any buying, like guys like us, while offshore, Canada, Germany, they sell hundreds of millions of shares that don't exist, driving the stocks down to nothingness, because Gary Gensler, alma mater, makes money doing that. 1. 2, it expands the amount of assets under management at Goldman Sachs and other hedge funds. 3, it allows or destroys the over-the-counter markets as a vibrant alternative to the white shoe boys at Goldman Sachs, and who they anoint is going to get venture capital money. It allows Goldman Sachs to make outsized returns on venture capital money because there's no competition from the over-the-counter markets. It's all my opinion, but it's as a theory, my theory is very predictive, and it hasn't been proven wrong. All right, Rocky. Fee rhymes with AMC. Are you an MMTLP? I am, but I told you I got my shares. Not very many, but I overpaid for them. I just got them 2 days ago. And I'm glad I got them, but there's risks to having these shares. I could lose them. I'm going to see if I can put them into AST, but if I can't, this will cost me thousands of dollars to get back into the system. So I don't like that, but I do like the company NextBridge. Somebody bought 4 million AMC at 530. Hobbs, let me look at it. Knock the cover off the ball, Hobbs. It's what? I don't know what. I was just going to tell you, I would be worried that the stock's going to sell off, and now it looks like I'm an idiot because that's what's happening. But look, AMC is so manipulated, they're not going to let it get out of control, in my opinion. I think, I know Lou's predicting it, and I would trust his observations. I think he's very good at calling things. I think he's got an ability to see around the corner. I know George Donahue is calling for it, but I am just so skeptical that they're going to ever let AMC or GME run. Now, my caveat on my own point of view is that that's as long as the current regime has power. But you can imagine a world. You can imagine a world where all of a sudden somebody comes in the SEC and enforces the rules. You can imagine, I can anyway, a world where Goldman Sachs goes the way of Shearson Lehman Brothers. And if some exotic like that happened, then you could see AMC explode to the upside massively. But I think they've, if you want to talk about a good old boy network, that's a good old boy network going on there. You just need AMC to run to 10 so I can dump with no loss and then buy GTII. Well, I think that's just shy of stinking thinking. That today you could have sold AMC basically share for share for finger. A little bit. You would have, there's be a little friction there. Maybe you can do it Monday. But the odds of AMC going to $10 before finger goes to $10, I think I would go with finger before I went with AMC. But anyway, you know more about AMC, and I'm not being dismissive, by the way. I'm just telling you, you know more about AMC than I do. I just think they had their run, AMC and GME, and the big boys let that go run, and then they brought it back down, and I just don't see them getting caught on their back foot ever again on those two names. Oh, the ape conversion into AMC approved in the after hours. That's probably not very good, is it, Poom? That's like dilutive? I don't know. You've been holding for 2.5 years, so it's hard to let go. Yeah, but how did the 2.5 years do for you? I've done the same thing with GTII, so I know exactly what you're talking about. And I was in Wolf, and I didn't do it. I ended up taking a small loss. So, there's no right way to do it, Hobbs. There's no right way to do it. I don't know. The difference between AMC, GME is you've got big boys up there covering each other. And I mean big. And you've got more than one short. I don't think there's any trap shorts. I just think they're moving it around, and and churning the waters, the muck and the mud there might be in, but they're just churning it amongst themselves. I think it's an annuity to these big players, and maybe there's a hot potato they keep passing, but it's when it blows up, I think it'll blow up in some idiot like like a Jeff Easton or a Kurt Kramer, somebody like that, that thinks they're in the big leagues, but they're just a patsy. But it won't come back and harm Ken Griffin. It won't harm Stevie Cohen. It won't harm Goldman Sachs. They're going to make sure of that. If the peasants come with pitchforks and the guillotine comes out in front of the palace, like I'm just trying to make the analogy to the French Revolution. In other words, if there's some sort of just massive cleaning out, popular uprising that demands Wall Street to be fixed, maybe you get it then. But I just don't see it. I just don't see it. Well, Christine, it is terrible what's happening to good people in the markets. I think for our group, we all know what's going on now. So I cannot emphasize strongly enough how important it is to get out of the markets. I think if you're in ETFs, if you're in managed money, even many of the mutual funds, if you're in the big blue chip names, it's going to be frightening when it collapses. Now, I don't know when that's going to happen. Part of me thinks it's going to happen this October, but then another part of me says everyone's predicting this October, so it won't be this October. And then you add in that Joe Biden will be reelected. And one way they'll make sure of that is to pump the markets full of money to keep the market up until he's reelected. And then Kamala Harris is our first either Asian American or African American, but not really African American, more Jamaican, Indian, I think. It might be Jamaican Pakistani, but Jamaican Indian rather than African American. But she's, she'll be our first so-called black female president, and that's what's coming. She's married to a white Jewish guy. I think he's a wealthy guy. She grew up in a very privileged way. Her father was a professor, I think, of economics at Stanford. He married one of the students there who came from India. The father was from Jamaica. So this is as far from the African American experience as me. But actually, she's further from it than me. I actually lived in the South, so she never has. I find it. Well, anyway, I'm getting off track. For the markets, they're going to make sure that Kamala Harris is our first female president, and that means pumping the markets full of money over the next year. So I don't know if we're going to get the crash now or it'll wait a year, but it'll come, I think, within the next couple of years. Why is AMC tanking? Because it's a setup. They FOMO everybody in. I don't know if you guys, that's what COSM did to you. They FOMO'd everybody in and then they collapsed it. That's what's happening here with AMC. Although it's getting some recovery, But I guess the ape deal got approved. I don't know that for a fact. And that's dilution. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I know, Rick, you do seem to match your TV personality. Check the Bloomberg Law article that just came out. Do I have to? The ape shares become AMC. Yeah, there's more shares, right? In your opinion, which would you buy first, or how would you buy? That's a good. See, now 22 daisies. I'm glad I see your question. RCRT, Go Logic, or just buy more finger. Okay, so your four choices are finger, but you already own finger, I think. Go Logic, or Logic. I'm going to add one for you, but I'm not sure you're going to be interested in it, but I'll add it for you. I will add it for you. All right, so your question is, which one would you buy? Finger, Logic, RCRT, or Go Logic? I have to use my calculator because my arithmetic with you guys, I'm shocked at my arithmetic that I've done in my head in front of you. It's appalling. And let's see. It's gotten so cheap. All right, I'm gonna answer your question, 22 daisies. I think I would buy, if I were buying something and you already own finger, I think I would buy I think I'd be tempted to buy RCRT first. But there's risk in that because it has a huge short position. But I think that stock needs to go up to make the GoLogic deal work, and I think they'll make that happen. That's what I could do. I can pick more than one stock to buy first, can I? They're all about the same. So Daisy, you got to make up your own mind, but I'll tell you what I think is going to happen. I think Finger you can buy, and the risk is fraud. The risk is they drive it back down again. And the risk is all of the crap that we've seen before in the stock. They get it to go back down to 60 cents. But if this is going to finish the way it seems to with the charts and the buying, and you get a short squeeze, the upside could be huge. But if you already have it, maybe it's a good thing to diversify. Logic, I think you could get 5x in the short run. Let's say within in the next 1 to 3 months. But I'll give you the negative. You're not going to be able to sell all of the data logic. They'll have a restriction. So this won't be liquid. You won't be able to get all your money until December, maybe even January, if you're doing it as a short-term trade. But I think Logic is cheap, and I think you can get 5x in the near term. RCRT, I think you can get 3 times your money before the end of August, first week of September. Why? I think to get the deal done, the bankers are the deal with GoLogic, the banker, because they have to get this stock, make sure it stays on the NASDAQ. It's already the NASDAQ. They're going to do some sort of ratio between these two, but I think it'll also involve getting the stock price up. So I think you see 3x fairly soon. I think you see 50 or 60 or 70 cents on RCRT. Potentially. It's risky, but I think that could happen. GoLogic, I think, is the combined could go to 450 in the near term, a share. So I think you could get 6x. But I think GoLogic is riskier than Logic just because I don't know as much about the moving parts. That's one reason. I think it'll happen sooner. Or let me say it differently. It could happen sooner than Logic. They're probably both going to happen by the end of August, probably. Now, I call your attention to the Aubrey SPAC, which is ASPA. It was trading at $12. I think it's now $10.50. There was a SPAC. I don't know what it was called. AURC. It's very similar to what's going on with Logic and Aubrey SPAC, but a much bigger transaction. But that went from $10.50 to $60 a share in a heartbeat once the approval came and the deal was done. Went from $10 to $60, and I think it's still trading at $40. I'm not saying that ASPA will go to 60, but it's possible that ASPA has a nice run. And so I'm saying 5x on ASPA. But if I had new money right now, I'd go Finger. I think if I were allocating new money, I'd go Finger, RCRT, Logic, ASPA, GoLogic. That would be how I would do it. So Finger first, RCRT next, because I think that's a short-term trade, and that gives you potential profit. And then I would do Logic, but that's not as liquid. Then I would do ASPA, because that could be a really nice little short squeeze maybe. And then I would do GoLogic. So I don't know if that answered your question. Another option is play daily runners, take profits, get more finger, take profits, and invest those profits, go larger, not larger. Yeah, but I don't think I forget, Daisy's 22 asked that question. I actually believe finger could take until September, October to get to finish all this. I'm highly optimistic that finger gets it done soon. But I have to admit to you guys, I own August calls. So I think my judgment is clouded by my desire to have something happen now. It doesn't have to happen. I thought it was going to happen in July. So all I'm saying, I think the setup is there for finger to happen bang, bang, bang right now. But it might take longer. It might take September. It might take October. Logic and the Go Logic RCRT deal, I think both of them are set up to happen before the end of August. I think the Aubrey SPAC Logic deal, we could check EGDR tonight and it's already approved. That's how soon I think that could happen. The RCRT deal has been out there for a while. They're using some bankers out of New York, I believe. And they're not sitting on their laurels. They're not sitting at Harry's bar drinking all these weeks. So I think the RCRT deal and the Go Logic deal, the combo, I think it's going to have. I think both finger and both Logic and Go Logic are going to be completed deals by the end of August. Now it could go a little longer, but you could get news on RCRT next week. You could get news on Logic tonight or next week, but I also emphasize it could be the following week. So that's why if I had a new chunk of money, I would buy some finger, no question, and that would probably be first, and then I would do RCRT. Why RCRT? Because I think RCRT has I wouldn't put it all in there, but I think RCRT has a chance to move soon as a predicate to getting the Go Logic deal done. Why do I think that could happen? Because you got bankers involved, and they're moving a lot of pieces on the chessboard. I think that's one of the pieces. And then I would look to Logic, because by doing RCRT, you would already have a foot in the door in the Go Logic side. I would then look to get Logic, because I think, like I say, I think 25 cents goes, 75 cents, $1.25 in the next 6 weeks, and it could happen a lot sooner. And even though you may not wish to wait for the record date, you could always sell it on any kind of rally. The negative on Logic will be that the data logic side won't be fully liquid. Probably, it could be 6 months, but I would say at least 90 days it won't be liquid. Totally. You'll be able to sell some. Anyway, so I think RCRT and Logic could move in the next 2 weeks. That's bottom line. I think RCRT and Logic both could move in 2 weeks. Go Logic, just simply because I don't quite understand who's going to be acquiring the shell of Go Logic. And the other thing I don't understand yet, I know that GoLogic on the one side is going to become RCRT. They'll change the name. And RCRT is a NASDAQ company, and it needs to stay above $1. I think they'll probably try to get it to $1.50 or $2 in the ratios they do. So it's there. There's more shares of RCRT than there are of GoLogic. And there's just not enough data for me to figure out what is a reasonable price movement in GoLogic versus RCRT, because you're going to end up with RCRT anyway. So anyway, I do like the fact that if you own GoLogic, you'll get two pieces of paper. So I would buy Finger first, RCRT second, Logic third. Then I think fourth, I would buy ASPA, which is the SPAC. And then fifth, I'd buy GoLogic. What a long answer. What was the voting yesterday? There was no voting. They put out on, I think it was Aubrey SPAC, and I really don't want to look it up. You can look it up. But they put out the proxy form, and it has specific dates in it, to my memory. This proxy was put out before by Aubrey SPAC with the SEC. They filed it. They amended it, and to my quick read, they put specific dates in it. There was, as I'm answering, there was a vote that happened retrospectively that they announced, which was to extend the existence, the life of the Aubrey SPAC by 6 months or so, maybe a little longer, in order to allow this deal to get finished that we just discussed. That vote just happened and it was approved. Why did they have to do that? Because the SEC has taken its sweet, roly-poly time getting it done. But anyway, that vote happened. But there's also, I mistook your question. That vote happened, which was good, because otherwise there'd be no deal. There's also a proxy statement ready to go for the vote. Once the SEC says, A-OK, they're ready to go vote, and that'll move everything ahead. So I don't know which one you're talking about, but they're both really good news. On the one hand, the vote was to approve, it already happened, to approve the extension of time, the existence of Aubrey SPAC until February of next year. Now, when the deal gets approved, Datalogic will go into Aubrey SPAC, then it will be de-SPACed and it won't exist anyway. It'll become Datalogic. The second thing is the proxy for the vote to approve the whole thing, which we're waiting on the SEC to say A-OK. That's ready to go. So it's both pieces are good news. They're walking it down to 535 range. I actually think, Kitteridge, it's not 535. I think it's the squeeze price of, which we don't know the number for sure, but I think the last time I looked at Tom Ronk's numbers, it was 528. I would think that the number they're trying to get it down to is 528. They're not having much luck, though, are they? We'll see. I don't know where the margin call would come, at the 546 or at the 535. But my guess is because they have such a volume of business relationship with Jeffries, they go with the lower number. So they're just trying to get a mark that saves them some splaining to do. Any update on Finger? No, there's no update on Finger. Kit Kitteridge, 527. Yeah, 527, yep. AA will collect more capital from increased share price of 8 first. Then a reverse split to wipe out the naked shorts. A reverse split won't wipe out the naked shorts. It won't wipe them out. I'll just use a fictional example. Fictitious example. But if there's, I don't know, the numbers are so huge. 1 billion shares short in AMC and Ape combined. It's probably much more than that. And the maintenance requirement on that is $5 a share. It might be higher. That means Ken Griffin and Stevie Cohen and if they're in it, any hedge fund has a total of $500 million maintenance requirement. But I bet their maintenance requirement is probably, well, let's see, it's 1 billion shares, 500 shares. It should be 500 billion. God, if it's 1 billion shares, $500 a share, it's 500 billion. Anyway, I always screw up my arithmetic. So, yeah, 500 billion. I don't need that. 500 billion. It's right there, 500 billion. So, what they would do on a reverse split is they'd say, for every 100 shares, you get 1 share in a reverse split. So all of a sudden, or let's just say for every 1,000 shares, you get 1 share. All of a sudden, this goes away. Well, let's do 100. 100 for 1 is more reasonable. So for every 100 shares, you get 1 share. So now this becomes 10 million shares. Not 1 billion. It comes 10 million shares that needs $5 maintenance requirement. So it becomes $50 million. So you need $50 million maintenance requirement. Ken Griffin is rubbing his hands together, or whoever he has doing this. And I'm using him as an example. I have no knowledge that he's doing it. So there's $450 million they can take out of their accounts scot-free. And they can give $50 million. They can say, hey, if you go along with us, we'll give you $100 million AMC. So that's the gamemanship that goes on. A reverse split is not going to wipe out the shorts. It's going to benefit the shorts. They're going to be gleeful. Gleeful. Hey, Scott, what will be the catalyst that would set this off? Have we heard anything from West Christian? Well, Red Hook Texan, I don't know which stock you're talking about. In the case of Finger, I think the catalyst is going to be price. It really looks like there's been a big buyer for many weeks. That's a judgment call. I'm not going to show you my charts unless I can find them quickly. But you have on the charts, you have a double bottom. kind of like Kim Kardashian. No, that's just a joke. She's actually a very lovely person. Anyway, I can't find it. But the charts technically just show big buying, big movement. And I think that if Finger gets over, I don't know, 13, I think that's the catalyst. What else could happen with Finger? Finger fired Lind Partners. It's with the SEC on August 1. I suppose they could try to work with a plain vanilla investment bank. I don't think they're going to be an orphan for money. I also think their September earnings, based on the fact that China is no longer under lockdown, based on the fact that the growth in revenues from rolling the money in the discounted minutes that they get from China Unicom and China Telecom to sell to the consumer in China, it's just going to grow on almost a hockey stick level. I think their Apple Care is coming on. That's what they nicknamed it. I think that is going to become visible. I think the monetization stage of their Sapientus, which is the big data arm, they've set up a laboratory and they have scientists from both, mathematical scientists from both insurance companies, Pacific Re and Munich Re, working with Finger Motion. All of this is going to come together at some point, and institutions are going to go, oh my gosh. You're talking about having big data on 1 billion people, 1.5 billion cell phones. You're talking about entering into life insurance, health insurance, fire insurance, automobile insurance, reinsurance. I mean, it's one of the best growth stories you can imagine. And they have all the revenue, and they're not going back to the Lind Partners. So I think one of the catalysts to Finger is just the awareness by one or more institutions, whether they are investors or bankers, could increase the demand for owning Finger stock, not at $5. It could be $15. It could be $30. I've said for years I think Finger could be a $30 stock based on its fundamentals. Ignore the short squeeze. These all could be catalysts. And when do they come? I don't know. There's not many stories out there like Finger. And frankly, there's not many stories out there like Logic or GoLogic. And I want to remind all of you that I believe the CEO, Brent Sun, introduced large investors to Finger. That implies that Brent's working with those same large investors. So I think these stories are ready to be quite exciting. And I'm not ignoring GTII, but you didn't ask me about GTII. Oh, Scott, you have an older dog? Yeah, he's not eating. And he can't walk. When he shakes, you know how they shake? You know, they always shake. His back legs fall out from under him. When he walks down the hall, he hits the walls. When I'm walking next to him, he runs into me. He can't go downstairs unless I lift him up. But he's a brave soul. He's not complaining. But his eyes, when he looks at me, I think I don't think he's seeing the world come 100%. All right, Barbara. I think you're going to be the new Jenny. I know Finger is going to be $14, but no idea beyond that. If it goes to 14, I have no idea how you know that it's going to be 14. But if it goes to 14, the previous high was around $16. It might have even gotten to almost 17. I think that'll be a significant psychological. But the way I read it is that the reason they're fighting so hard to keep the stock down here is that like Pedro Philly said, $6, $6.25, that's what his eyes are telling him, might be the crossover point. There is trouble. Jeffries is not Alpine. Jeffries actually used to have a questionable reputation. I don't know if it still does, but it's not Alpine. They will cover, and they'll do it in a heartbeat. So I think if Finger gets to 14 or 17 or 21, it could be $50 before you can, call your wife, have her pull down the laptop, open it up, punch in her code, sign into E-Trade, ding, 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 get the code for that, sign in, and then find the account and then click on Finger. I think at some point it'll be $50 before you can sign into your account. Well, I think Wes Christian, if you're talking about Wes Christian having a catalyst on Finger, I don't see it. I think he already did. It's there, but I don't see Wes Christian having a catalyst on Finger. He already helped get rid of the Lynn Partners, so he did that. In terms of Wes Christian having a catalyst in GTII, definitely, but he's not going to talk about it. I think the two catalysts are he's got Sharontel and the other firm too. They've got a bunch of discovery requests out there. They are starting with spoofing. They just need to get one hit, and I think it was 52 different Jane Does. My understanding is there is one market maker that is trying to settle with Wes. That market maker wants to come clean. They want to pay off. The other way around. They want to pay. I don't know what amount, but it'll be a payment going toward Wes, which will partly go to GTII, partly go to Wes, but I would guess primarily it'll go to Wes's legal fees. But that takes time. You got to do it cleanly. And I think part of that would be talking, ratting. So anyway, that could be a catalyst in GTII. That market maker, or just success in the other discovery areas that he's doing. But I don't think it's going to happen quickly. But that could be with GTII. With MMTLP, I think Wes's work with John Berta and Flamestorm could happen at any time, but again, I don't expect it to be quick. But it's, you're asking for catalysts. But if you're asking for Wes Christian to be a catalyst in Finger, I don't see that. I think other things will move it more quickly. I think Wes has so much business that he can't handle everything. He's hiring attorneys, and then he'll be able to get it done on time. Remember, Ham is who introduced Wes first to GTII, then to CRTD, to whatever that is, GNS, to Finger, to all these names. This is the NMMT and to John Berta. This is Ham's work. Ham doesn't want credit. I get pissed off when other people just go out there like drum majors and take the credit. Ham has been doing this work on behalf of you and all shareholders, as has all of you. I'm not trying to take away from that. I just get annoyed when big showboats come in and don't give enough credit to him. Bob Stanley? Ralph Stanley. It seems the U.S. downgrade pushed everything back a week or so. I don't think it has anything to do with it. GTII is going to squeeze in September. That would make sense. I think Finger has a chance of squeezing now or September. Frankly, we don't know. It could always be later. But let's say Finger were to squeeze by the end of August, which wouldn't work for me, but it'd work for you. I think GTII is going to go at the same time. That's what I think. Ham is the man. I agree. Gotta go now. Peanut butter with white rice? Oh, it's good for Lucky? All right, I'll do peanut butter and white rice. I was thinking you told me to eat it. Chris Daniel, they can't hold it back much longer. The algos are trying to turn and then they hit, but they can't. Well, like the beach ball, which actually I put up. Don't you know, I found that and put it up first. But you're right, the beach ball analogy is right. I think going back to whoever Kit Kitteridge pointed out, I think somewhere in here, the computers are going to switch to buy. I think Pedro was saying maybe 625. He wasn't predicting that. He was just saying that's possible with the data he's seeing. It could be that they're just holding their firepower to drive this down to 2 on Friday. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. But at some point, it's like Jeffrey comes and just takes the computers away from Lynn Partners. No more selling, boys. Unless you have located the shares, no more selling. And then the algorithms switch from a preponderance of all these selling criminal strategies to just an outright buy order. Get it bought. Why do I think they'll go at the same time? I think Finger's going to make at least 20 to 50 people $10 million or more in profits. And if they get those profits, I think they'll go buy GTII. Not with all of it, but they don't have to buy it. If you had, I don't know, 30 people each make $10 million, and I'll do the arithmetic on the computer, just don't, so I don't make another stupid mistake like I always do. You'd have $300 million. 30 people times 10 million. Let me do that again. 30 times 10 million. 10 million each. Yeah, $300 million. They wouldn't have to put very much of that into GTII to get it to rock and roll. That's why I think GTII will go up. Bama Lake. Are you Bama Lake? Is that Obama Lake? Or is that Alabama Lake? Or is that Bama Lake? Or is it Bam a Lake? I don't know. I assume it's Alabama. Is there any news from Triple G reporting to Congress? I haven't gotten it. Let me look. I think Busy Brand sent me something. Let me see what that was. Oh, he sent me a great, Busy Brand sent me a great saying from Paul Samuelson. Investing should be more like watching paint dry or watching grass grow. If you want excitement, take $800 and go to Las Vegas. Or marry your girlfriend. Kit Kitteridge. Finger has maintained 300% gains and still shorted third times over float. GTII just has a bigger group of criminals. Yeah, I agree. Okay, Alabama, roll tide, roll. Bama Lake is the house. Oh, I'm jealous. Yellows, but not really. I'm jealous in a good way. All right. I don't see. Oh yeah, he's working his butt off. Christians, West Christian is working his butt off. All right, I don't see that I missed any questions, although I'm sure I did. I just don't see them. No halts with GTII. Well, that's true. And by the way, there could be halts on the Nasdaq, but a halt is like, have you ever I don't know, what's a good example? Have you ever made a lobster pot on your stove? You take the top off and the bubbling and the steam comes out and the bubbling stops for a while. Put the top back on and it all starts boiling again. It's the same thing with the trading halts. It's not going to change the upward movement. The halts will stop, but they'll restart. It won't be, you're not talking a 200-day halt. No halts means they can't sell. No, they'll be able to sell. But Red Hook Texan, just focusing for now on Finger. When I first got involved with Finger, I believe the float was told to me at around 4 million shares. And the naked short was 6 million shares. And I think the outstanding shares were something like 25 or 30 million. I think now the outstanding shares are around 50 million. You can look it up. If I'm wrong, I'm just using my memory. But last sort of Thanksgiving time, when there was for some reason a stampede to COSM, I don't want to get into that, my feelings on that. But there was the talk about taking the cover off a steam pot. The cover came off, and it was like they also moved the pot into the walk-in freezer. I mean, everybody ran, the pressure was off the system. But what happened with Finger, in about 10 days, whoever the Lynn Partners works with or the Lynn Partners sold 95 million shares of non-existent Finger stock in about 10 days. I said 10 days. So that naked short went from 6 million to 105 million in about 2 weeks. And they drove the stock down from 10 down to, there was no buying. They drove it down. So now the number on Finger is something like 160 million. But every day, they sell fake shares. Well, for the sake of argument, because in Gary Gensler's world, there's no way we can know the exact numbers because he is not for full disclosure. He is not for transparency. He is not for a level playing field. Gary Gensler is not for the retail investor. He just isn't. But anyway, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? That's Gary Gensler. So anyway, there's 160 million shares short. Every day, like today, they're probably half the volume is the shorting. So this is your biggest buyer in Finger. Right now, it's sell. Right now, it's sell. But there's going to be two dynamics, two changes to the dynamic. This is going to change to buy at some point, but also no selling. So the dynamic, this 160 million shares has kept the pressure down on the teapot, or whatever you want to call it, or the pressure cooker. I don't know what my analogy should be. But this constant selling of counterfeit shares, which Gary Gensler allows, he encourages this by slaps on the wrists, letting people off, letting them go back to do it again. Gary Gensler encourages this. But the one thing that changes everything is price. If the stock gets over some number, $6.25 maybe, $7 maybe, $9 maybe, $15 maybe, Jeffries are going to say to Lynn Partners, we're buying you in. So it becomes a buy-in. And they're also going to say no more selling. No more selling. So not only are you going to get 160 million or 20 million, whatever the number is, shares being bought, there's going to be no selling. So the dynamic changes, and you've never seen it. You've never seen it. But there'll be no selling after a certain point. Now, that's from Lynn Partners et al. There'll be new shorts coming in. You know, these guys that take a second to make a decision because they're so smart. Oh, why's Finger at 14? Go sell 100,000 shares. They don't even look because they know 99% of these stocks will come back down. They know if they sell it at 14 and it keeps going up, they'll sell more at 21. And if it goes up, they'll sell more at 25 and eventually it'll come back down. But the problem is when they do that knee-jerk selling, they're not doing any thinking. Finger might be the one that keeps on going. And then they're going to switch those sells to buys. And that adds more fuel to the upside. But this has been a rigged game so long that Gary Gensler encourages. Gary Gensler supports this fraud. Anyway, when you're in the over-the-counter markets, there's no research, there's no trading desks, there's no retail buying. You know, the 40 or 60,000 retail brokers, They don't tell their clients to buy it. There's no institutional buying. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. And then when you have the complicit, captured regulator like Gary Gensler, it's great. And anytime like AMC it pops up, we'll just keep selling. Step away while it really runs, and then we can sell it all the way back down. Any of the losses you read about, they made it all the way on the way back down. They made it all back. And maybe not all in one trade because the volume might not have matched, but over the last 2 or 3 years, they've made it all back and some. And that's always worked. That's why these jerks that with the multiple screens, the little quick snort of coke, the girlfriend calling from last night, the girlfriend they ditched last weekend, the wife at home, the secretary they're hitting on, going out to Harry's for some drinks, working out, going out to the Hamptons, checking their phone, too cool for school at a party because they're checking their quotes, quick call out on the deck, and then into the office at 6:30 to see how Europe opens, and then when the pre-market they manipulate, but then finger keeps going up. Well, sell some more. Hey boss, it's going up. Now sell some more. It's gone up. What do we do? Cover it. And they'll take the loss. But that kind of selling could come in. And then ultimately, if Finger, in my opinion, Finger could go to 2,500 in a squeeze, 2,500 or higher. They'll start shorting it on the way back down. That's why you shouldn't try to get the top. That's why I give you the high numbers on the squeezes, because I think you can put your orders out to sell at your targets, and when it comes, they'll come and take it all out like a dominoes falling in a one of those big dominoes contests where they line them all up. Wow, Sharon, Susquehanna International Group has bought 200,000 shares and calls and puts on Finger, so they're hedging a little bit. Where do you see? Is that just came out? That's pretty big. That's starting to be institutions. People leaving Finger could jump in. I would. If I were in AMC, I would have long ago sold AMC, gotten into Finger, probably into GTII. GTII is not really working yet. It did before, but it's not now. But Finger looks like it is. And I would wait 31 days and then maybe reestablish AMC. But at least I got that loss out of the way. And I think Finger has a chance to do everything that AMC could do. Do you think Aria's CRT is going to climb to 70 cents? Yes, I do. When I say 70 cents, that's the high end of my target. I think it'll go to 50, 60, 75 cents, that range. But, Robert, there's a large short in it, so it's, I'm not saying this is an investment in IBM, but I think our CRT is going to triple within the next 2 weeks. Wow, that's great. That'll start getting around. Short inches drying up AMC. Well, they'll use 3 and say they're tied to next ridge. Get rich. You wanted to see me overreact. There won't be a U3 halt. And That's great news, Sharon, because that's the kind of data that over the weekend criminals will follow on. Yeah, I don't know if I'm set. You know, when a stock's going up, you never own enough. When it goes down, you own too much, and there's that rule never changes. All right, I'm going to go 5 more minutes at the max. I'm afraid GTII will be another AMC. What a bunch of bull BS. Well, I've never seen your name before, Code Red for Life, so I assume you're just a friend of the scumbags, which is unfortunate. I don't know how you live with yourself. But, hey, I'm not you. I don't have to wake up and look in the mirror and be you. But just taking your statement at face value, you're afraid. Well, I can't do anything about fear. Fear is a feeling. One thing I've found in life when you're afraid is you sit down and you study the facts and you write things down. Then you may still have some fear, but you have some knowledge. You clearly don't have any knowledge on GTII. GTII has been offered money from the shorts. From Charlie Mayo on a tape that you can listen to on Twitter. From most recently from Switzerland on 19 million shares short, maybe at Credit Suisse. But they've called in via John Hurry's area code, saying that they would like to give money to Reichman to get 20 million shares. He said no at $4. He said no at $3. He said no at $2. He's going to say no now under $1. So that's completely different than AMC. I know you're afraid. Just don't invest in GTII. Take your money out of GTII. I would take it out of AMC. And you know, the T. Rowe Price Funds Group, there's some exciting opportunities in their family of funds. And I'd recommend that for you. Then you don't have to be afraid. Well, all right, Code Red. Okay, fair enough. The manipulation on AMC and on GTII are similar. But the difference with AMC is that AMC, I believe, you've got Ken Griffin, Stevie Cohen, and what's that other thing, Viju or something. Those big groups in. It was Mellon Capital, there was another one that SAC came in and rescued, and Ken Griffin came in and rescued. That's why I think they're involved, because they came in and rescued those companies. This is shorting on a scale that GTII is not. Also, those are professional traders. Kurt Kramer is an idiot when it comes to trading. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He's just a thief and a braggart at that. And he's not a good person. Or at least he doesn't behave like a good person. So I think that's a different league altogether. Secondly, in the case of AMC, criminals came to help criminals. One of the criminals owns the Mets. The other criminal owns governors. But they're still criminals in my book, my opinion. But they rescued each other. No one's going to rescue Kurt Kramer. No one's going to rescue Alpine. So I think that's completely different. Management at GTII, they did award themselves shares recently, but I think that's a small price to pay for the fact that they turned down the deals that COSM took, CLNV took, MULN took. They turn them down. So I see night and day difference. Now, one of the benefits AMC has that GTII doesn't have, AMC has a bunch of theaters around the world. Oh, cool. What does that translate to? Overhead. Shorts love overhead. They love burn rates because then they can come destroy you. Paranoia will destroy you. So I actually think it's totally different. But I understand what you mean now. The manipulation of the shorts is unrelenting. But you might have said that about Finger just 7 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago. Everything can change very quickly. And it's been my approach here that I think price is the way to get these bastards. The way to get them is get them where it hurts, their money. Take their money, take their ability to continue criming. If you're lucky, take their freedom. But most of all, take their money. And then Wall Street's own instincts will take over. I don't know what's a good example, but it's like a red tide in a stale body of water. The red tide just explodes out of nowhere. That's what Wall Street will do when it starts protecting its own pockets. It'll whole short position out like an algae bloom. About to split my AMC funds between Finger, GTI, and crypto. I don't know enough about crypto to tell you which one, although I like the one Lou recommends. And I like, I have to check. I think it's Luna, Luna. But I've got 2 or 3 that I like, and Ethereum I like better than Bitcoin. But, and Wolf would be a way to play crypto. But if you're taking your money out of AMC at a low, it might not be the time to go into crypto. Although I'm not saying don't. I like crypto. Maybe make a profit and then come into crypto. But then you risk not being in crypto at the right time. I know. Thank you, Robert White. Yeah, he's snoring right now. And he's rolled over. And he's dreaming. But he's not eating. That's what I think, Kitteridge. If a management team, they're going to make mistakes. And I've picked on some mistakes, I admit. But then again, I've made mistakes. Can you believe it? But if the management is fighting, that's the key. And they're not going to make the mistake. Yeah, there you go. I talked too quickly, Code Red. That's exactly what I was trying to say. If one hit, then and that's been our problem, by the way. Every single one we're in, there hasn't been a hit. I almost think they do that. Now I'm paranoia will destroy you. I think they are doing that so that we don't suddenly have money. And that's what I think is really risky for everybody with Finger. All right, Code Red. You don't have to say apology to me. I should apologize to you, and I do apologize to you. You don't have to apologize to me. You need a ticket to win it. You need a ticket to win it, or you need to cheat. Yeah, XRP. That's the one, XRP. But anyway, it's 6:05. I think I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna see if I can wake up Lucky and give him a walk. I would love to give him a walk. I would love it. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to. So anyway, everyone, this was a good day. It wasn't as great as I wanted it to be. I really wanted it to get to 6, but it didn't. But let's see what happens next week. And I enjoyed the back and forth. I think Ham did a great job. And please don't think that I'm not focused on the other stories. It's just Finger is the one that seems to be, to me, about to go. Yeah, there's no CEO. There's no CEO. Thank you, Patricia. There's no CEO selling us out in GTII. Lily, you're sweet. Thank you, Lil. Lily, my eyesight, Lily. So anyone, peace, love, and happiness, and I think I told you a while ago, I read the book Hawaii years ago. I loved Hawaii. I was in Prague, of all places. And I just couldn't put it down. But the captain took, I think, the young man up on the deck, the captain of the ship, and I think he was in the Pacific. It might have been the Atlantic, but I think it was the Pacific. And he took him out and he showed all the stars in the sky. And he said something like, those are prayers. Every prayer you give becomes a star in the sky. He said something like that, and it stuck in my head. But my point being, for those of you inclined, on any matter in life, any matter, any person in your life, any situation, if I'm not always good at it myself, but say a prayer. Say a prayer. You'd be amazed. And maybe say more than one. 8-2, you're welcome. Code Red, you're welcome. And thank you. AMC's coming to an end. All that's left is the previews. Oh no, that comes at the beginning. All that's left is you got to find out who the gaffer was. That's what's left for AMC. You're just going to be sitting and finding out who the gaffer was. All right, I'm going to sign off, and we'll see each other whenever Ham wants to have another call. Otherwise, it'll probably be Monday. Might be Sunday, but it'll probably be Monday. Ciao.